Present in the courtroom are attorneys for each of the defendants. Each of the defendants are also present, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. The state is also present. The jury is not yet in the jury room. Before we bring in the jury counsel, you indicated you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. It kind of pertains to the court's ruling yesterday as far as going back to this issue of lawfully there. The officers were lawfully present, lawful arrest, lawful detention.
I'm sorry, where's my mic? That was right there. Just set it on the table, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, based upon the testimony of this witness, I expect that the state will continue to attempt to ask the witnesses, did you have a right to be there? You didn't have a right to be there. You shouldn't have been there, or any permutation of that. I'm kind of furthering our objection that these are legal conclusions that these witnesses are not qualified to answer. It would be speculation on their part. They were not noticed as expert witnesses at all for any of these lay officers. Now, if they have an expert that they noticed that has sufficient facts and data and has sufficient training and has sufficient knowledge and has those things, then I think we can address that and take it up. But what I'd like as we go through these officers is that the state be precluded from asking these officers those types of questions, because it would be improper expert testimony. It would be speculation. And again, as we've kind of seen from this witness, it's not clear to us that these officers necessarily even know really what the law is. So then it would just serve to confuse the issues, confuse the jury. And so we're just asking the court, as we go through with these officer witnesses, that they not be asked those questions, such as, should you have gotten a warrant? Did you need to get a warrant? Should you have been there? You had no right to be in there, or have the officers, or try to elicit that testimony from these officers, because our contention is they don't know, and it's speculation, and they don't have the sufficient training, skills, knowledge, or education to answer that question.
Your Honor, it cuts both ways. And we are certainly able to ask the witness about the facts and circumstances, about whether or not they sought a warrant. That is not seeking a legal conclusion. That's not an expert opinion. Whether we ask them about whether or not it was lawful or unlawful, we haven't asked that question. We've not asked it. It's been asked multiple times on cross, and with them asking leading questions saying it was lawful, wasn't, it was lawful, wasn't, it was lawful, wasn't. It's just as inappropriate for them to do that as for us to make this witness the ultimate fact finder in the case. So if they're going to stop asking those questions, then I don't, in rebuttal, need to counter those questions. But I agree with them fundamentally that it's not their call to decide whether or not, or any of our witnesses not noticed as an expert to say whether someone's conduct was lawful or unlawful. But it is appropriate to ask the witnesses the facts and circumstances that were known to them.
And I agree with him. I mean, I agree that it does cut both ways. I will say that on the original direct examination, our cross-examination was trying to rebut this idea. And yes, I do agree that the fact that they didn't get a warrant is a fact in the case. But what that means legally or lawfully, or whether they had to, is not a fact in the case. That's a question of law that can be answered either by the court or by an expert. And so I think if we're agreed on that, then they won't be asking those questions.
All right, and so then the objection is sustained, and the state is correct that it has been going both ways. So I will admonish both sides to specifically elicit facts from the witnesses and not any legal opinions from the witnesses.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
It's going to be at that table. Oh, and put it over there. Question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please put that over there.
You want it? Yes.
Which one of the defendants, which group of attorneys is next?
It doesn't have to be too close. It's good. It's good.
Sir?
So, Christian, you wanted to do that immediately? He's gonna put something as soon as the jury comes back.
Just
on.
some exhibits to clean up our exhibit list.
Yeah.
I'll do that quickly.
And then we'll go back to the cross.
Yes, Judge.
Or the recross.
Thank you, Judge.
All right for the jury?
Oh, this is a...
Here, can you pass it? You may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Hope you've had a good morning so far. As we go through the day, we anticipate being here through the end of the day, 5 o'clock or sometime after 5 o'clock. I will give you a lunch break. I anticipate about 12:30. If you need a break for any reason, let me know. I am aware that a juror mentioned to one of the deputies in the back about the sound issues, so I believe the sound has been taken care of. We did have IT, the county's IT come in and work on it, so I think it's taken care of, but if not, we'll keep working with it. If you can't hear anything for any reason, remember the instruction I gave you after I swore you in. The court reporter cannot read anything back to you unless you're in your deliberations and have a specific disagreement about a particular piece of testimony. So again, if you cannot hear for any reason, let me know immediately. If you need a break for any reason, let me know immediately. All right? Where we last left off, State, you want to, excuse me, defense. Now I'm following your lead.
It's my fault. We'll get it by the end of this trial, Judge. Just a quick housekeeping matter. There were a couple exhibits that we want to clarify for the record for the benefit of Ms. Scobus, the court reporter. Firstly, Mr. Cifuentes, early on, the custodian of records, offered an exhibit 2 concerning audit trails. I've conferred with opposing counsel, and we've broken those out with identifiers to make it clear for the record. So at this time, we'll be offering defense exhibit 2A, user audit trail for Deanna Platt. Defense exhibit 2B, Axon user audit trail 2, the second one for Deanna Platt. Defense exhibit 2C, an Axon user audit trail for Russ Van Geffen. Exhibit 2D, an Axon user audit trail for Russ Van Geffen, the second audit trail. Exhibit 2E, user audit trail from Axon for Karen Falks, F-A-L-K-S. Defense exhibit 2F, Axon user audit trail for Hector Salas. Defense exhibit 2G, Axon user audit trail for William McManus. Defense exhibit 2H, Axon user audit trail for Ronald Soto. And those are the 2s, and I've got 2 more exhibits, but I'd like to offer these. They were previously discussed and I think agreed upon by opposing counsel. So we'll offer those this time.
Okay. As to the exhibits he just mentioned, we have no objection.
All right, so each of those are admitted.
And then lastly, there was discussion of a defense exhibit 20 and 21. They are each a disc that contain Jonathan Salinas Bodycam videos 1 and 2. For clarity, these are a duplicate of State's 8, but because they've been discussed, at this time I'd like to offer them for admission just for cleanliness of the record. And they're not altered.
And we have no objection.
All right, so each of those are admitted as well.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have on that.
All right. Now let's go back to that recross.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Officer.
Good morning, sir.
So, do you remember a series of questions Mr. Luna was asking you, the but-for questions, but for this, then that wouldn't have happened?
Yes, sir.
At the end? But the reality is the course of that night changed. I mean, the complete course of that night changed when Melissa Perez decided to commit an aggravated assault against a peace officer, Officer Salinas. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And when we talked about it, it was more than one. We saw the video yesterday. We made it more clear how she came out of the windowsill. Did you remember seeing that?
Yes, sir.
And matter of fact, when Officer Salinas was in the window, because he was trying to unlock the door, she hit exactly where his head was. Did you see that yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't maybe see it from your advantage when you were standing body cam, but you saw it very clearly what he went through, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that changed everything. It changed the whole course of the night.
Yes, sir.
Speak a little louder, please. But for her committing the multiple aggravated assaults against Officer Salinas, these 3 officers would not have been at the scene.
Excuse me?
But for the fact that she committed multiple aggravated assaults against Officer Salinas, these 3 officers would have not been at the scene. They wouldn't have been at the scene.
No, sir.
Because at that moment, that's when Officer Salinas pressed his E-tone, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's that emergency tone where everybody said, hey, and then he put on the record, over the microphone, he said, I have one at gunpoint,
Oh, yes, sir.
right? And that puts every officer on notice that an officer's life has been threatened.
Yes, sir.
So, but for her behavior, especially specifically at that moment, Sergeant Flores, Officer Alejandro, and Officer Villalobos do not respond to that E-tone. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I also want to direct your attention, because the government asked you about her being a barricaded subject, and we talked about it on the first cross. So I want to just clear it up. I know Mr. Newman went through that chart. I'm not going to go to the chart with you, but let's talk about some of that information, okay?
Yes, sir.
A non-criminal barricaded subject has specific requirements to it. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And just for clarity, and I think Mr. Cifuentes may ask you this, but at the time of this incident, you had not been trained on barricaded subjects, had you?
I don't recall, sir.
But if he goes over your training logs with you, you'll be able to discuss that with him.
Yes, sir.
But today you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for a non-criminal suicidal barricaded subject, the person has to be alone.
Yes, sir.
There has to be non-criminal behavior by the subject.
Yes, sir.
And they have to express intentions of wanting to harm themselves, not other people, themselves.
Yes, sir.
And none of those were present with Miss Perez, correct?
Yes, sir. I was there once.
Yes, meaning that they weren't there, right?
Yes, sir.
So now that you have the training and you've seen that, she was not a barricaded subject based off of a suicidal, non-criminal barricaded subject, right?
Yes, sir.
But she was a criminal barricaded subject, and that's when we went over the 5 C's, right?
Yes.
Remember, the contain, the control, communicate, call, and then create a plan. Remember that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's when these gentlemen and other officers arrived at the scene, and then that started happening. You agreed with that in the past, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that we talked about, and the government wanted to ask you about again, was this shield that I showed you, and it's in the judge's chamber if you need me to get it. Judge, may I stand up, please?
Yes.
So, let's imagine that this is that window, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the government asked you a question about, well, you could have put that shield in front of the window, right?
Yes, sir.
What would that have done for the situation?
It would have been hard to get around these shields.
Would that have placed Miss Perez in custody?
No, sir.
Somebody still had to go in and put hands on her and put her in custody, right?
Yes, sir.
So then they would have had to go through that door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as the shield is standing here, somebody's going to go through that door, and then the hammer could have been used in the same manner,
Yes, sir.
right? And so you have to be tactical. And I know, and I'm not saying or being disrespectful, you're not an expert on tactics, are you?
No, sir.
And so some of the experts here that are going to testify for the jury later, they'd be the proper witnesses for them to cross-examine and for us to ask questions about proper tactics. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, sir.
The government asked you who knew the most about Melissa Perez. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And arguably, until Sergeant Flores and the other officers, all 15 of them or 14, showed up, you and Officer Ramos and Officer Salinas knew the most about Ms. Perez, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, at the time, I'm not saying personally, just about the incident.
Yes.
Her dynamic, right?
Yes.
Her aggression,
Yes, sir.
her resistance.
Yes, sir.
Her evasion. You knew more about her evasion than anybody else.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna have to ask you this question again. But you knew how Officer Ramos acted also, didn't you?
I didn't see all his actual camera. Some of the things I wasn't there.
I know it's uncomfortable, I get it, and you already answered it on the first cross, but we agreed that his behavior wasn't appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Right? It didn't follow general manuals, correct?
Yes, sir.
It did not follow any de-escalation.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, I think we both agreed, and don't be, it's not your fault, it's his. He escalated the situation, right?
Yes, sir.
But unfortunately, you didn't relay any of that to Sergeant Flores, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't say, Sarge, hey man, you know, Officer Ramos, she's agitated. She's agitated and this is what's going on. And not only did she assault Officer Salinas multiple times, but Officer Ramos agitated her more, so she's ramped up. You didn't say any of that stuff to him, did you?
No, sir.
You mentioned something, and it caught my attention. You mentioned to the government that Sergeant Flores conducted bad tactics. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And, may I use the word, Judge?
Yes.
And the bad tactics were, as they were implementing that plan that was created, remember that plan of officers distract, other officers make entry, try to apprehend her? That was the plan, remember?
Yes, sir.
As he was coming over the rail, you said it was bad tactics because Mr. Cifuentes asked you a question about having his back to Ms. Perez, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you meant it was bad tactics because she was violent.
Yes, sir.
And you don't turn your back on someone who's potentially violent.
Yes, sir.
And you criticized it. I thought it was interesting. Did you think it came across a little hypocritical at all? Would you like to change that again?
I mean, the thing was, you have to be aware of where your surroundings and things like that, and I just felt that.
Let's talk about whether you applied that same standard to yourself. Do you remember the beginning of this incident?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember, permission again, Judge?
Yes.
And do you remember when you were talking to Ms. Perez?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when Lieutenant Hudson had shown you this cut wires?
Yes.
And you remember we talked about that you cut wires with either pliers or a knife or some type of tool?
Yes, sir.
And we talked about, you didn't notice it at the time, that there was obviously a burglary of a building, another felony, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you walked up to Ms. Perez and you had heard that she thought she was Elvis's daughter?
Yes, sir.
And that she had been stolen or kidnapped by the cartel?
Yes, sir.
And that she was being listened to by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And did you remember turning your back on her?
Yes, sir.
Could she have been dangerous at that time?
Yes, sir.
So you showed bad tactics?
Yes, sir.
But you thought he had bad tactics?
I said that everything was bad tactics. Everybody showed bad tactics.
Say, I'm a little
Yeah,
bit.
everybody showed some kind of bad tactics.
Yeah, okay. I'll end with this question. Let's end with this question. Officers have a right to defend themselves just like every citizen does in this county, right?
Yes, sir.
Officers have a right not to be a victim.
Yes, sir.
It is undoubted that that hammer and the manner and use of how Ms. Perez was unfortunately using it was a deadly weapon.
Yes, sir.
And if she succeeded in her intent to strike any one of those officers, it could have caused them serious bodily injury or even death.
Yes, sir.
And the intentional death of an officer is a capital murder.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Nothing further from the defense or Eleazar Alejandro.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Flores.
We're ready for our next witness now.
All right, the rules, we know what that means?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer Jonathan Salinas. My understanding is he's at the officer reception room down the hall. My advocate is bringing him now. Okay.
Swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may need to adjust the microphone and make sure everybody can hear you. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Jonathan Salinas, Jonathan Salinas. Can everybody hear me?
Can you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Can you hear me?
There you go. All right, state.
Sir, how long have you been an officer with San Antonio Police Department?
I've been an officer for approximately 6 years.
And over those 6 years, what have your duties? Are you still a patrol officer now?
Correct. I'm assigned to the patrol division on the south side.
Okay, South Side, and we've heard about South Side. In general, what part of town, what landmarks are encompassed in the South Side?
So I'm assigned to the division, the 63 side, so it's basically Old Pearsall Road, Five Palms area, Valley High.
Okay. And you said the division is the 63 side. How many divisions are there in the South Patrol?
There's 3. There's 61 and 62 sides.
Okay. And were you working in that assignment in the 63 side, the 63rd Division of the South Patrol on Thursday, June 22nd, and into Friday morning, June 23rd of 2023?
Correct. I was 6340.
Okay. And had that been your original, your call sign was 6340?
For that night, yes.
Okay. And ultimately that night, who was the sergeant in charge of the 63rd District of the South Patrol on the June 22nd and through Friday, June 23rd?
Sergeant Flores.
And does each of the districts have a sergeant in charge?
Yes.
Do you recall who the sergeant was for the 61st District?
Sergeant Rivera.
And for the 62nd District?
Sergeant Robertson.
And as these districts are aligned, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12 for identification. Does State's Exhibit 12 for identification, does it just depict graphically how the districts are aligned to each other within the South Patrol?
Yes.
Okay, and does it also then identify for each district and their alignment, the sergeants in charge that night?
Yes.
fairly accurate as you know it to be that night, June 22nd, June 23rd, and today?
Yes,
Different sergeants, of course, today, right?
of course.
Your Honor, tender states 12 for identification, defense for inspection, move to introduce states 12 into evidence.
No objection from us, Judge.
Or is it admitted? Everybody else got a chance?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, who said no objection? You did?
I said no objection from us, but I'll let them review it also.
No objection on behalf of Alfred Flores.
And just one quick question for our, I think.
Okay.
You would agree this is not an official document of the San Antonio Police Department, correct?
Correct.
No objection.
Or it's admitted.
And you publish that?
Yes.
So, just so in the general sense, all of South Patrol encompasses those three districts.
I mean, yes, so it's somebody's drawing, but yeah, that's practically the city.
That's all I'm trying. And on that night, the Rosemont, the apartments of concern they were in the 63rd district.
6200 Old Pearsall?
Yes.
Yes.
It was in 63rd, and that's why, just out of habit and practice within the department, once you got on the scene, you took over as reporting officer, responsible officer.
Yes.
Now, were you wearing your issued body-worn camera that night on the 3rd of the 22nd through the 23rd?
Yes, I was.
And may I approach? Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer, you remember what time you got to the Rosemont Apartments on the June 23rd?
I do not.
Showing you what has already been marked in minute evidence as Defense 1, identified as the incident detail report. What was your call sign?
6340?
Okay, do you see your call sign on the listing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you come over to the right. What time does it show you arriving?
At 1:01 in the morning?
Okay. And your body cam was working at that time?
Yes, it was.
You recall radioing dispatch, telling them that you would be arriving en route before you got there?
Sorry, can you repeat the
Do
question?
you recall calling dispatch, telling them that you were en route?
Yes.
Assign you to this call?
Yes.
And who did you see when you first got there?
I believe it was Rojas.
Okay. And in general, without saying what anybody said, what did you talk with Officer Rojas?
I believe, yes, for a brief second. He told me that there was a female in her apartment, which I believe he identified as Melissa Perez, damaged the fire panel, which she admitted to fire, I believe him. Then he took me to the panel to show me the damage.
And the person that he identified while you were, where were you talking with Officer Rojas at? Were you in the parking lot? Where were you having this conversation with him at?
I believe it was near the building of the damaged panel.
All right. Did it start at the building with the damaged panel, or did it start in front of the apartment?
Wouldn't be able to answer you that. I don't remember.
Officer, I'm going to bring up what's been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 6, and to try and refresh your recollection. And for the record, I am on State 6 at approximately 01:02:45. This is Officer Rojas's body cam.
Because I know it was a fire, so. Good girl.
And is that you, approaching Officer Rojas?
Yes.
But
Put all this stuff over here. When I got here, she was fire, right? So she was she come cut all these wires over here. So when I got here, she was over here with fire. I was talking to him, and I was trying to talk to her. She's all like, well, FBI is and that. I go, hey, well, come walk this thing over here to my car. I think so, yeah. So she cut all these wires. So all the fire alarm is going on. Alright, so she was over here talking about fire. And I told her, well, come walk with me over here. So she was walking with me. And then she saw that, what's the name out here? Ramos. And he was walking over here, and she just took off running when inside.
So she's inside.
Let
me call Arson to see if that's theirs.
That's what I was trying to look up. I saw the tampering, it's like a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
Tampering to South Carolina false, whatever. Set up a long ride, something like that.
Yeah, it was a misdemeanor, so I was gonna be there, but I guess I was gonna come over and run her, and I was like, come over here, and I guess she saw what's name walking over here, and she just took off running. So she went inside the house, her apartment.
Okay. Yeah, if you wanted to stand by over there, I'm call Arson.
Alright, I put her in front of the key card.
All right, Paul. And you went, and you took over because you were now in charge.
Yes, since I'm 18.
And so you identified that you were going to do some research.
Correct, to find out who was the correct owner for the fire.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear his response. Sorry, officer, what did you say?
I said to find out who's the owner for the damaged property of the fire alarm.
Thank you.
Okay. And were you able to investigate and answer those questions?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you ever rejoin Officer Rojas?
Yes, I did.
Was there, who else was out at the apartments besides Officer Rojas?
Officer Ramos.
Okay. If you recall, my notes indicate that your research took you about 10 or 12 minutes. Does that seem accurate to your recollection?
Approximately, because I know I was trying to find contact information for our arson investigator.
Okay. After you concluded your research, you got some information. What did you do? And where did you make these calls at?
In my patrol vehicle?
Okay, so it's out in the parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after you got your information? Where did you go?
I went back to the apartment with Ramos and Rojas.
Okay. Who did you see? And is that apartment 3102?
I don't remember.
Okay. Approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Also, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 4 for identification. Much like that previous defense exhibit, it is also the IDR from that night. And I direct you to page 3. Take a minute of that, see if you can identify the apartment.
From the call taker, from a non-complainant, it says apartment 3102.
Okay. But when you finished, you went back to where Officer Rojas and Officer Ramos were, correct?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else at the apartment that Officer Rojas and Ramos were at?
Outside of it or inside the apartment?
Inside.
Miss Pettis in the living room area?
You saw her in the living room area. Okay. And move forward to going back to the exhibit on Officer Rojas's body cam. And again, were you wearing your body cam?
Yes, I was.
Was your body cam operational and recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Move forward to 11615. Going forward, for the record, I'm moving forward to 011615 as a timestamp. Play.
So fire is in the apartment complex, not theirs. So tampering with fire alarm, possibly. Right there.
Yeah. She's there. She's
She's right here. Can you go through?
I don't know. Yeah, she is. No. She was talking about
what's your name?
I was in there 30 years.
No, I don't know your name.
Runner.
No, he asked you your name.
He's out there.
I wasn't here. I'm trying to figure out what's your name. I definitely want to push it for a costume. I think call Flores. Ma'am, I don't know your name. Yeah, it sounds like this.
And you just mentioned, I heard you say, let me call, who did you say you needed to call?
Flores?
Is that Sergeant Flores that was the sergeant in charge of the 63rd District that night?
Yes, it was.
And do you see Sergeant Flores here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And is that the individual that is now standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Judge, for the record, he's identifying Sergeant Flores.
And why did you need to call Sergeant Flores?
He was my sergeant for the night.
Okay. Go back to the recording.
That's what I was doing. I was thinking just trying to be here. And that's being on that. But it's over. What do you say?
Yeah, last time I saw her, she was on my curb over there.
I was in the
Now, you made a comment there when after you it appeared to me that you smiled and then you gestured with your right hand to the parking lot. What did you mean? What did you say?
That I had contact with her from the past.
Okay. And approximately how long before this day, June 23rd?
Wouldn't be able to tell you for sure. I believe it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
2 or 3 weeks prior?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the nature of your prior engagement with her?
The call for service, what was the description for it?
Yes,
Is that what you mean?
What was it for?
It was for a disturbance call of service.
Okay. And all the equipment that you normally deploy, what you had on June 23rd, your body cam, your vehicle dash cam, was all of that available to you a few weeks prior?
Yes, it was.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Also, I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit numbers 14 for identification and States 13 for identification. On States 13, which is a DVD disc of a recording, do you see your initials on it?
I see my initials on my badge number.
Okay. And so you've seen the contents of what's on States 14 for identification before?
Yes, I have.
All right. And States 13 for identification and States 14 for identification. What is that? Take a moment to look at it.
It's going to be my incident detail report.
And is that for the incident for SAPD 2023-082 903-905 from June 14th of 2023, approximately 0120 hours?
That's what the document says, yes.
Okay. And what do you remember from that call, your previous encounter with Ms. Perez?
So there was 2 calls of service. One immediately after roll call, which ends at 10:30. Was the first call prior for a female causing disturbance in the parking lot screaming. Complaint stated she didn't feel safe, and her and her boyfriend actually didn't feel safe exiting the vehicle. That's why she contacted police. Gave a description of her. As I arrived to the location, I didn't see anybody matching the description or in the area causing any disturbance. Then I switched our information channel. They contacted our complainant, which she advised she was able to get inside her and her boyfriend safely, and she went in the wooded area. So I ended the call for service and went back to service. And then I took another call, followed by another call for service, return call service, same complainant, saying that the female exit the woods is now sitting on the curb, which then I was dispatched to.
Okay. And so States 13 and 14 for identification, in some measure, capture your encounter with Ms. Perez on the second call and the key card that you documented?
Yes.
Okay? Now, my notes indicate you and I first talked in early December of 2023.
I don't know the exact date, but yes, previously.
Okay? But do you recall me asking you, and you referred to that previous encounter?
I'm going to object to him trying to refresh his memory when he hasn't even asked a question that he possibly forgot. This is improper.
All right, you can refer.
Okay. We stopped looking at the DVD from June 23rd at 1:17:32. You heard yourself say the last time I saw her. Is that what you were referring to on the previous call from 14?
Yes, my memory was fresh.
Okay. So back to the night of June 22nd. What did you do from here? Right here on the body cam. After you made that comment of interacting with Ms. Perez before, what did you go and do next?
I then returned to my patrol vehicle and contacted Sergeant Flores.
And how did you contact him?
Through phone call.
Your cell phone, personal cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to him?
Yes, I did.
And what information did you relay to him?
Just basically a brief description of the call, what type of offense I had. Told him that Ms. Perez was in the apartment. Actually ran from Rojas and Ramos. She was inside. I observed her from the apartment. She didn't want to come out, so I told him I was going to list her as a suspect in the criminal mischief misdemeanor case.
But you told him she was in her apartment?
In the living room area.
Okay. You told him that because that's what you'd seen?
Correct, as the body cam shows.
Okay.
Object to that last question about what he said. He testified that he did not see her run from Ramos and Salinas.
Well, you have the opportunity to cross, so I'll overrule.
And where did you make that call to Defendant Flores at?
In my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Did you have a recommendation for your sergeant when you made that call from your patrol vehicle?
No, just other than him saying he was okay with me writing up the misdemeanor.
Okay. And you had his authorization?
Yes.
Okay. After getting Defendant Flores' authorization, what did you do?
I returned back to Rojas and Ramos.
Why did you go back to Rojas and Ramos?
To tell them that we were done with the call. I was going to list her as a suspect.
Go forward to 122. Moving forward in the exhibit to approximately 01:22:30 hours on Rojas' body cam.
What's up? What's good?
And did you hear the voice in the background at a distance? Who was that at a distance?
That was me.
Okay. And what did you tell Officer Rojas?
That were good.
Okay. And what did we're good? What did that mean? What was your intent?
That we're going to be done with the call.
Okay.
Finished with the call, sorry.
And again, your own body cam was running at this point in time.
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do after communicating to Officer Rojas that we're good, the call is over?
What do you mean?
What did you do? You're in the parking lot. What did you physically do after communicating that information?
I don't remember, obviously.
Okay. Moving to what's already been admitted into evidence is State's Exhibit number 8. Now, it is marked as J. Salinas body cam, and it starts on approximately 01:23 hours 16 seconds. Okay. Play. Pause it. Let it play until the audio comes in. Excuse me. Okay. And for the record, we have paused States 8, timestamp of 01:23:43. Now, you recognize this as your body cam?
Yes.
Okay? And please explain to the jury, and you previously testified that after you told Rojas and Ramos we're done, call's over. What did you do yourself with your body cam?
Deactivated it.
Okay? And then, and we know that was at about 1:22:50, and then you started yours up again approximately 1:23:43. Why was there no audio for the first few seconds?
The way our Axon camera is, it has a buffer mode, so when you activate it, it has 30 seconds prior with no audio.
Okay, so the portion that was mute, we're looking at the prior 30 seconds to when you turned it on.
Yes.
And it takes a while for the audio to catch up.
To be activated.
Okay, and you're turning your camera back on, correct?
Yes.
And you wouldn't have turned it on if you hadn't turned it off.
Yes.
Okay. So who's the gentleman that you shook hands with?
That was going to be the maintenance worker.
Okay. And what happened with the maintenance worker? What did you do with him?
I took him to the damaged fire panel.
Okay. Did you go by yourself?
I believe Rojas was behind me.
Okay. And what was the reason you wanted to go to the damaged fire alarm panel with the building maintenance supervisor?
To get the actual value of the damaged property.
Okay. And you looked over the damage?
With the maintenance worker?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And we'll play it through. Go and play it.
Yeah.
Pause.
Is the sound okay for everybody on the jury? Okay.
Continue.
Yes, sir. Did you see it, or were you on the call? Yeah, somebody called me, and I tried to call actually the monitoring system. They're telling me putting it on push mode. So she could have put her hands in that mud box right there. Why she did that? So we're wondering too.
Okay. Ultimately, did you get an estimate of the damage from the maintenance worker?
I did.
And what was that estimate of damage that you got?
He said approximately, at the very minimum, 2,500 to 5,000.
Okay. And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Freshening back to States 4. You recall, what time did the original call go out that brought police to the apartment complex on June 22nd?
The document says at 11:33.
And you're finally getting the estimate almost 2 hours later, correct?
Yes.
Now, this wasn't new damage that had just occurred at 1:30. This was the damage that caused police to arrive, to come to that apartment, correct?
Yes.
You just didn't know it until 2 hours later.
Yes.
Once you got that damage estimate, what did you do next? Where did you go?
I returned to my vehicle and contacted our follow-up unit, which is ex-SAPD.
And without saying directly what anyone said, did they get, and why did you call night CID?
Judge, I think, would this be appropriate time that I can take a breath and break? I'm sorry, I had to go to the restroom really bad. And I know he's gonna get into some important stuff, so maybe, if that's okay with the jury.
All right, let's just take a very short break.
All right for the jury?
this would be the proper witness to ask about prior knowledge of her arrest or emergency detention. Remember on Rojas, you didn't say it wasn't admissible, we just argued, the government argued that it wasn't the right witness. But I think this witness would be, Judge.
State's
questions and the commission knows everything.
I would judge, I mean, he hadn't said if he knows or not. I know I've already inquired about the cases he has direct firsthand knowledge on, this one and previous from the 14th.
But it leaves the impression that those are the only incidents that he's had with her and knowledge of her contact with any law enforcement officer, which would all be part of the totality of the circumstances of that situation, and maybe whether Sergeant Flores knew or not, or discussions, or Vince Gomez, or Maria Salinas, but I think it's very relevant now. And as you know, Judge, anything that has a tendency to prove or disprove a material fact in a case is relevant, so it's relevant.
So it would be the purpose behind it, right? So if it was a 404B reason, that would be different than other reasons, right? So it kind of depends on the purpose.
Yeah, well, on the assault charge, Judge, is for first aggressor. We've talked about that before when we litigated. We kind of did litigate it, but we discussed it at the bench before. So that would be the purpose of the assault, the misdemeanor assault. There's a theft and a possession and a DWI that I don't think is relevant, to be honest with you. But the assault would be relevant, Judge, to have some evidence of being first aggressor.
In addition, Your Honor, I don't want to reveal my defense strategy, but I anticipate I'm going to question this witness on why he ended the call, and he should not have been allowed to end the call given his previous knowledge.
All right, so is there some sort of evidence that has come in?
Well, one of the state says that the call ended, and I don't want to reveal our strategy, but we believe that it's relevant to why the call should not have ended based upon their prior knowledge.
Okay. And is there going to be, so is this officer going to have prior knowledge of some of the things we're talking about?
Yes, he will.
Well, we can ask him now, Judge. Your jury's not here. I'm sorry, your jury, go ahead.
Believe ask him that would be fine and appropriate, but, and I will even allow counsel, even though it's my direct still, I'll allow counsel to go and ask, well, for these purposes, and then I'd like to, in effect, cross afterwards, because my understanding, if I'm aware he had knowledge of any other incidents, clearly I would have done that up to this point in direct. That's why I mentioned the prior case. I'm not aware he has direct knowledge of any others.
Well, I guess we can, if you see fit, Judge, we can inquire now while the jury's not in here, and we can not stop the flow of the questioning.
Okay, let's do that. Let's give the jury a little more time.
Okay.
All right, let's go and do that.
Would you like me to inquire, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, Officer Salinas.
Just a minute,
Yes.
let it quiet down.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I believe the state asked you questions about a previous contact that you had with her earlier that month.
Yes.
And during those two incidences, you'd have occasion to look at her record, because you have to know what you're dealing with when you're dealing with the suspect, correct?
Previous contact, she didn't give me her information.
So you didn't know her name when you made contact with her?
I tried to ID her, she didn't want to.
Then when you wrote up these IDRs, or your reports from those two previous contacts, you just put unknown suspect?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates. It was one previous contact.
Okay. And the witness can answer.
Your Honor, you cannot answer that question. It was one previous contact.
Meaning he can correct me, Judge. I mean, I'm asking, that's why we're doing this, because we don't know.
Yeah, and let me just instruct the officer. So if you don't have personal knowledge of something, you can definitely say that. You should say that. All right, continue.
So you didn't know who you were dealing with on that previous contact?
No, I did not.
And so when the state showed you state's exhibit, I don't know, what was it?
13
and 14, right?
Yes.
See, I have not seen those. So are those two separate incidents, or is that one incident?
So it was 2 calls for service, like I said earlier.
Okay,
The first one was no contact, she wasn't there.
Okay.
The second one was when she said she was on the curb.
Okay, so now the first one you didn't know you were dealing with her, but you later found out that it was her?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
The caller gave a description, which was the same one from the previous call. Stated she was at the curb next to building number, which I don't remember.
That's fine. And then when you came back and you did find out it was Ms. Perez, at that point, did you look up her record since you had this previous call that you didn't know who the suspect was, but now you do, she's on a curb, so did you have occasion to look up her record?
I wouldn't be able to because I don't have her information.
Did you get her information when you made contact with her? At any point did you get her information?
No, she refused to give it to me.
Okay, so then how do you know now, God bless you, how do you know now that you're still dealing with Melissa Perez?
She was matching the same description from that previous night, and she was by the same apartment number, so I just assumed.
Okay. So after you made that assumption, did you, at some point before this night, did you look up her record?
During the call or afterwards?
At any point during or before?
During, no. I didn't look up her information.
So you had no knowledge of whether she was arrested for an assault previously?
No.
Or if she had been emergency detained?
No.
Okay, thank you, officer. Thank you, Judge.
And, Your Honor, just and for the record, the items
Judge,
that
can I ask one more question?
I have questions that I'd like to.
Okay, let me hear first from the state, and then I'll let y'all board on it.
And again, Your Honor, just for completeness of the record, states 13 and 14, both exhibits that have been tendered to the parties in the discovery process, which is how we all know about it. I just want to be clear, there are undercurrents sometimes circulating.
Okay. All right, the defense?
Yes. You agree that on June 14th, 2023, the IDR indicates that under case number 2023-0829-395, that you were assigned to a call involving Melissa Perez, correct?
Call involving, but I don't know for sure it was Melissa Perez. A call involving her, but it wasn't for sure Melissa Perez. Like I said, I didn't identify her.
Okay, but you would agree with me that the key card in that case said that the person was at the same location, acting erratic, possibly intoxicated / drugs, currently sitting on the sidewalk of location, correct?
Don't remember exactly the key card if you have that.
Okay, well, you want me to show it to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
My approach?
Yes.
All right. I believe you already testified that you were assigned to this call as, I believe it was 6340C, correct? Jonathan Salinas?
Correct.
All right, and read to us the details on the comment section on the key card.
So this says reference SAPD 203-8029202. So that's just indicating this is a return a call for service. C, callback states, white female, bald, white shirt, black shorts, black outside of listing building, acting erratic, possibly intox / drugs currently.
Go to the next page.
Slow down the page just a little bit.
There's more details on the next page, right?
Sitting on the sidewalk of location, C can be contacted by phone if needed. Do you want me to continue?
Yes.
So then I made a disposition of the call. I put when I arrived to location, listed female was sitting on the curb, not actively causing disturbance. I made contact with female and asked her if everything was okay. Female replied yes and refused EMS when offered. Female was asked mental health related questions. Female did not meet the criteria to be ED, which is emergency detained. Female was advised to not cause any further disturbances at the location. And then I'm indicating that I had my body worn camera and Coban activated.
Did you encode the call?
Yes, I did.
All right. And is encoding the call the proper way to end a call?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Is encoding a call the proper way to end a call?
For no felony, no offense, yes.
All right. And you would agree with me, the general manual states that you cannot encode a mental health call unless it meets certain criteria, correct? Correct?
What did you say that again?
You understand the general manual, 402 is the procedure that deals with encoding calls, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that 402 says that mental health calls cannot be encoded, correct?
But it wasn't a call for a mental health. It was a call for a
That's not what
disturbance.
I'm asking. I'm asking what...
But I'm telling you, it's a disturbance call. That's how it came out.
Answer my question. I don't want you to assume facts. The general manual says that you cannot encode a call for a mental health call, correct?
And like I said, it's a disturbance call. She didn't meet the
Answer my
criteria.
question. What is the general manual? You want me to show you the general manual?
You can show me the manual.
Okay. You have to go through that. We will.
Your Honor, object to the sidebar comments.
I'll sustain.
We are on, please make that one 44.
Okay.
Here.
Handing you what's been marked as procedure 402, correct?
Yes, 402 differential police response.
And can you flip through that? Would you agree with me that that's a true and correct copy of the general manual that was in effect at the time?
Yes, boss.
All right. And my specific question, which I'm going to refresh your memory, on page 8 of 13 in the general manual 402, it says mental health calls will have 3 encodes available to use as the disposition of the call for service, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so if on June 23rd, 2023, you were told by Officer Rojas that he told you 3 or 4 times that he was going to ED her, that she was paranoid, she was delusional, she was hearing voices, you knew that you were dealing with a mental health call, correct?
Your Honor, that question exceeds the scope of this hearing, which was to test this witness's knowledge on prior calls or incidents. It may be appropriate for cross-examination.
I want to connect it up. I want to connect it up.
All right, I'll let you ask.
All right, so, knowing what you knew about Melissa Perez on June 23rd, 2023, you should not have encoded that call, correct?
Again, Your Honor,
You should not have ended that call, correct?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain that objection to that question.
All right, so when you decide to encode a mental health call, you take into account all of your knowledge of the suspect, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
You take into account all of your knowledge of the suspect, correct?
Yes, if she properly identifies herself, but she didn't tonight.
And you told, we heard on the body camera, you told Officer Rojas, oh, I've dealt with her, she was sitting on the curb over there, right? You told her that. You told Rojas that. It's
Yes.
on the body camera.
Yes, I did.
And so when you said she was sitting on the curb over there, that's the same person that you saw on June 14th, 2023, right?
Yes.
All right. So whether you knew it was Melissa Perez, that was the same person you talked to, right?
Yes.
And you knew from the previous call that she was acting erratic, irrational, possibly intoxicated. And the prior call, the prior encode, or the prior IDR, I don't think the prior IDR has been introduced, but in the prior IDR, there was information that on the prior IDR, which I don't think has been introduced, there was a call for service at 2343, and you would agree that it said a bald white female wearing white shirt, black shorts, and standing in the parking lot blocking traffic flow. Females dancing around and laughing to herself. C stated she never seen female before. And it goes on and on and on. But you were assigned to that call. You were 6340C, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned to that call at 12:10:25, correct?
Correct.
And you arrived at 12:44:16, correct?
Correct.
And you read your key card beforehand, right?
I did.
So what I read to you was part of your knowledge of her, which would be consistent with potentially being a mental health consumer, correct?
I mean, female dancing in the street could mean a lot of things.
All right, but it would be consistent with her being a mental health consumer.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it also said she was laughing to herself, blocking traffic, standing in the middle of the lot, dancing, seems to be on drugs. That would be consistent with potential mental health call, correct?
More of a public intox.
Oh, okay. And would you agree with me that you can arrest for public intoxication?
Class C, yes.
All right. If it's in your view, if a person's intoxicated in your view, you could arrest them, correct?
Yes.
You don't need a warrant.
No.
All right. Ask the witness.
Okay, and
Hold on, Darrell, just one question. When Mr. LeHook was asking questions earlier, you made a distinction between before, during, and after. And you answered during, no, I didn't look her up. Did you look her up after?
After the OAS shooting, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure.
No, I'm talking about after you ended your end code call that night.
No, I did not.
and just, so on direct exam from all three councils, the first time you had dispatch on the 14th, my understanding, you testified on direct, you didn't find the victims, you didn't find Melissa Perez, correct?
No.
So you ended that, and then Cody went back to work.
The first call, correct.
You got a second call alluding to the prior person. This time you went and spoke to Melissa Perez, correct?
Yes.
And based on your personal interview, you also encoded the second encounter.
Yes, I did.
No further questions, John.
All right, y'all ready for?
Just briefly, I know because the court had referenced, and we've been talking about EDs, some of his prior acts and conducts, and I know that Mr. Cifuentes and Mr. Del Prado did, they have given the court a memo on the first aggressor issues. But I think really what's important for these is that, as the court knows, and you talked about 404B, and that's intent, knowledge, plan, opportunity, right, all of those things. But remember, the last one is always order about a defensive theory. And the state has put forth a defensive theory that there was not an exigency. And they put forth a defensive theory that she was defending property. They put forth that theory now, not that they're going to get to argue that later or that it hasn't come in, but they have put forth the theory that there wasn't an exigency. So what our argument is that exigency is objective. It is not subjective. So it does not matter if Officer Salinas knew that there was this prior incident or this prior incident. It is the fact that these incidents occurred and they were reported to the police department. That's their general knowledge that there is an objective exigency. So for instance, I'll give the court an example. There is a report where she threatened to burn down her daughter's apartment with gasoline. That being a report can go to rebut their theory that there was no exigency, because that being true, when she cuts an alarm and then she goes into a place, evades from police, and she goes into a place with candles and a bedridden old man, that can objectively be exigent for them to go in under those circumstances. But the jury, since they put forth this theory, the jury is going to have to make that determination of exigency. And part of our argument, in addition to the first aggressor, is that they need to have that information. How many times she was ED? How many times has she committed violent acts in the past? How many times she threatened to burn down an apartment complex? Which is kind of what we're dealing with here, because that does go to the general exigency, that was objective exigency that was present, because it doesn't matter if the officers knew subjectively. And just like in the law, if the officer pulls over somebody because they believe that their registration is out, and it turns out their registration was not out, but they happen to have a warrant that the officer didn't know about, that stops a good stop, objectively. And it's the same thing with exigency. It's not what this officer subjectively believed was an exigency, it's whether there was objectively an exigency, and her prior violent acts and criminal conduct make it objectively an exigency for them to go in there and protect this guy, and perhaps protect the people in the apartment complex, because after she's cut the fire alarms, we've heard testimony that fire alarm was going to be disabled, and that ability to operate would have been disabled for the entire night. And so the state has consistently, from voir dire to opening statement, through every witness we've had, tried to put forth a theory that there was no exigency for the officers to be there. And that under 1405 then, that they had to get a warrant. So all of these things would go to rebut that. Because if she is a violent and dangerous person, that in and of itself makes it an exigency to go in after her. And that's another part of the theory, and it goes under the 404B theory as the court mentioned. And so I just wanted to put that on the record. And I know that you may rule that not with this guy or somewhere else, but I just wanted the court to understand that was our argument from that perspective.
And Your Honor, the memo and motion we provided to court has even more reasons that this is admissible under 404, not for character conformity, and with all the accompanying case law, allowing us to get into the evidence as first aggressor and why her mental health history should come in. Because they had clearly opened the door and made that an issue with the reasonableness, with her state of mind, with she's not aggressive unless police officers are trying to allegedly burglarize her home. All of that is belied by the plenty of evidence that the state is aware of and that we'd like to get into.
And Your Honor, counsel's summation, specifically, he's intermixing the objective with the subjective. It only matters with the officers who had the first-hand objective standard. Did their objective observations cause them to go seek background information? And the evidence, which has been in front of the jury, is that they did not go and run. They were only dealing with this entity at the time. They want to use the fact that the officers didn't to say that the policy caused them to should do it, to then get into spurious allegations, even if they raised that she said that she was going to burn daughter's house. They weren't acted on. All to try to impugn her character. How that would become first aggressor status, I still don't know. We have disclosed to them the EDs. It's not appropriate with this witness until they have one who says they actually ran it based on what they objectively saw at the apartment that night.
All right, so I will, based on argument of counsel, I will allow the defense to go into those issues, each of those issues with this officer or this witness, as long as this witness had personal knowledge of whatever the independent individual circumstances are.
And Your Honor, I believe in this hearing, this officer said he did not.
I believe he said he did have knowledge of something, right?
The one from June 14th, Your Honor.
Yes.
Which is what Mr. Cifuentes led with, but thereafter, based on the court's ruling, I understand that does not allow them to then daisy chain about to other instances that this officer doesn't have knowledge of.
I understand that to be the court's ruling. We're on the same page as far as that is concerned, but I would like to ask, does that apply then with each witness that may be called? If the witness has knowledge about it, then they can talk about those prior incidents in either ED or violent conduct if they had knowledge. For instance, an officer who responded to one of these incidents.
Yes, the ruling would extend to each witness that comes up at this point based on everything that's already come out in this trial.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
As it may get to that, but is that the officer's personal direct knowledge? Not what other witnesses have said that third and fourth witnesses have told them, i.e. hearsay evidence that has to be something that a witness told the officer directly?
Yeah, in your response.
No, Judge, I mean, basically, there are officers who responded. There are, for instance, we have a, I think the government called it spurious allegations. I'm reading off of the IDR. The IDR says a caller states female is assaulted her daughter, and then caller states female said she was going to burn down her daughter's apartment. What I'm saying is that we call this person who called in, and they heard Michelle Perez say that she was going to burn down her daughter's apartment, and she had a can of gasoline. That's what I'm asking, is that, though, I understand the court's ruling about, you want it to be with the witnesses who knew and had personal knowledge of it. But, the crux of what I'm saying is that I believe all of those incidents goes to whether or not there was an objectively exigent reason for them to go in and to make sure that she was not a danger to other people. And so it's to rebut that theory that they should. And when the government says, when they say something like, well, no, it's the objective officers at the time. That's not what objective is. That's subjective. Objective is it doesn't matter what the officer knew or did not know. If they objectively had a right or an exigency to go in there, they should go in there, because we want officers to take care of dangerous people so that they aren't a danger to other people. And so that's what our whole argument is. So I understand the court's ruling. We will only, because there are other officers in this case who responded to this incident who do have knowledge of these other incidents, and we're just going to ask to go into those prior incidents of violent conduct or anything else that could go to show that there was an objectively reasonable exigency to go in on this night. That's what we're asking.
All right, so direct or indirect, any knowledge that whatever witness has, defense, I'll let you go into that and state. You would have an opportunity to object to any inadmissible hearsay if that seems to be the case.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all ready to bring in the jury? I figure we'll probably go to about 1 o'clock with the jury, and then we'll break for lunch.
Roger.
Guys, all rise for the jury.
Prime members of the jury, welcome back. My intention is to go through till about 1 o'clock for lunch, and then we'll take a lunch break. If any of you require a lunch break prior to that, just let me know, and we'll break at that time. All right, where we last left off, State?
Sir, Officer Salinas, at the break, I believe we left yourself and Officer Rojas with Mr. Uno at the firebox, and I'd like to continue. You got, and I believe you testified, you got an estimate of damage of approximately $2,500 for damage that had occurred approximately 2 hours before. You recall that?
Yes.
What did you do with that information?
I spoke to our night investigation.
How'd you do that?
I returned back to my patrol car and called him through my cell phone.
Okay. And gonna proceed with your body cam from here.
They're professional, not what I say. I guess just watch her, she... I just gotta call the detective and speak with him. What? I gotta speak with the detective real quick. Oh, okay, so I'll call him. Menu for case discussion when I sit.
For the record, we're going to move forward in the body cam to approximately 01:36 in 0 seconds. Pause. Okay, now, right as you are, it looks at where we paused at 01:36:06. You opening the door to leave your unit?
Yes, that's what appears to me.
And over the course, while you were muted, how many calls do you make? How many people did you talk to?
So, called 980 first, spoke with Detective Thornton.
Okay, and what type of guidance did you get from Detective Thornton?
So I advised him that I had a criminal mischief felony amount for the fire alarm. He then responded to complete the report as correct offense, which would be criminal mischief felony amount. Then he gave his badge number, and that was the end of the call.
Okay, and you answered the term end of the call. All right, it was end of the call.
End of the phone call.
I'm sorry?
End of the phone call.
Okay, and then what else did you do?
Then I contacted my supervisor, which was Flores.
So this is the second call you made to Sergeant Flores.
Yes.
Okay, and what did you discuss with Defendant Flores?
It was a short conversation. I advised him, hey, my misdemeanor charge for criminal mischief was now upgraded for felony amount. Spoke with Detective Thornton, Night ID, and advised him that I would like to try to apprehend her to the open window, which Flores responded, okay, keep me posted.
Okay, so you had approval from your sergeant to try to go in and apprehend through the open window?
I believe so, with his response.
Okay. And okay. And so we're now going to go forward with your body cam from here.
She's still on the couch? She's still on the couch? We heard you say we could go get her? You said we could go get her?
And what was that statement you just relayed to Officer Rojas?
Saying that we could go get her.
Who is 300?
Alfred Flores.
Was that his call sign, 6300?
For that night, yes.
Okay. And he said we could go get her.
Not those exact words, but that's all I was replying, that he gave us approval.
Okay. And who are you talking to?
Rojas.
Okay. And as you closed the door to get out of your car, you saw another patrol unit in the background. Do you know who that other patrol unit that was moving in the background?
Ramos.
Ramos? To your knowledge, had any other officers appeared on this scene at that time?
No.
Is that a yes or a no?
No.
So you were in your patrol unit. Officer Rojas is in his unit in the parking lot. And Officer Ramos is moving his car to the right of your patrol unit, correct?
Ramos was, but if we could play the video back so I can see it again, because...
Sure.
Right to where I exit.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Right to where I exit the vehicle.
She's still on the couch? She's still on the couch? 300 said we could go get her. He said we could go get her through the screen door.
Go in there, get it? Bro?
Yeah.
Who's that there?
Flores?
Okay. Officer Rojas is on your left.
Yes.
You see the shadow coming up on your right? You can back it up a bit.
Flores?
Pause. Who's that coming up on your right-hand side?
Ramos.
So all three officers were out in the parking lot. Who's watching Ms. Perez?
From the video, nobody, but I assumed Rojas was.
But again, you see where he was. All three of you are out in the unit. And this is approximately, you turned your body cam off in the first place at 1:23, so 15 minutes before, correct?
Yes.
And who was it that told them it's over, we're done?
That was me.
And your sergeant, you've already testified, understood that it was done when you turned your camera off, correct?
When I told him I was going to write up a misdemeanor, unless there's a suspect.
Understand. My question, that was before you turned your camera off at 1:23, correct?
Yes, when I told him I was writing a misdemeanor.
Judge, I don't think it's an adverse witness. It's his witness. He doesn't need to cross him like that. I think he needs to direct him and see what personal knowledge he has, Judge.
All right. Okay.
Subjectively.
I'll sustain the lead.
Okay. All right. So, and I apologize. But there's nobody watching her, correct?
From the video, no.
Okay. And you previously testified, you determined you ended the call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And no new damage or crime occurred. The only thing that occurred is you discovered information from 2 hours plus old. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know the exact time, but yes, I found out.
It's not a question, and it's a statement, and it's proper.
You can rephrase your question.
Okay? Go back again to States 4, the incident detail report. And I'll ask you to look at the second page. What time did the original call go out that led to police officers to respond to this apartment complex?
So 11:33.
It's 11:33, so that would make it on June 22nd, correct?
Yes.
And if you would just look at the monitor, what time are the three of you walking back to that apartment?
From the body-worn camera, it says 1:36.
So you'd agree with me that's 2 hours, 3 minutes after the damage occurred, correct?
Correct.
So what do you do from this point forward? Where do you go?
I returned back to the apartment.
And what did you do when you got to the apartment?
I attempted to look to find Miss Perez, which she was in the living room where I last saw her. And then I continued around her apartment.
Why didn't you immediately go in through the patio door immediately?
Because I wasn't sure if she was inside.
Okay. Well, let's proceed with your body camera.
We said, okay. He just gave me his bed number.
Now, from your vantage point here, you previously testified the first time you called Sergeant Flores, you told him she was sitting on the couch in the living room.
Yes.
Is she on the couch in the living room now?
No.
Play, please.
Melissa, can you go open the door?
Who are you talking to right here?
Melissa Perez.
Where is she?
She's in her bedroom, laying on her bed.
Proceeding.
She's in the bedroom. Okay. Said that everybody's watching you. I see her.
So you had approval from your sergeant. Why didn't you go across the rail into the patio and unlock the door when you first went to the apartment?
I mean, if you play the video a little bit further and explain.
I understand what you asked. My question was, why didn't you go across the rail directly when you got back to the apartment?
I didn't have visual on her. She wasn't in the living room area.
So now you know. Thank you.
You want to get? You want to get? That's all you want. You want to get one shot, and then go from there. Shifters. She put the chair right there. You get off the table? Yeah. You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You don't know war!
30 or 40.
You don't know war!
I'm gonna point and show the
So
hand.
turn my door down!
Come, open the door!
No!
So you went to the back window because you had to know where she was.
Yes, to see if she was there.
Okay. So at the point in time that you climbed the rail yourself, did you have any reason to believe that Melissa Perez was trying to escape out the back of the apartment or anything like that?
No, when I jumped over the patio, she was right there by the door.
And I believe you testified you didn't know that there was anyone else in that apartment that night.
No, I did not.
Right? So did you have any reason to believe that you would be aiding people whom law enforcement officers could believe required assistance?
No.
At this point in time, has Ms. Perez threatened any law enforcement officers? Has she hurt any law enforcement officers? Has she done anything to hurt anyone since you arrived on the scene?
No.
And we can argue it. On your command, through talking to your sergeant, you had ended the call, correct?
When I had a misdemeanor charge, yes.
You turned off your body cam, correct?
Yes.
You passed on to your fellow officers, the call was over.
Yes.
Each of you retreat.
I'm sorry, Daryl. Bleeding again, Judge. This is a direct examination.
Sustain.
Okay. You removed yourself from the apartment. Did you remove yourself from the apartment?
The inside or the outside?
Outside.
Yes, I walked away from the apartment.
To your knowledge, did Officer Rojas remove himself from the apartment? We can go back and look at, because go back to him getting out of his car.
She's still on the couch? She's still on the couch? Here.
Where was Officer Rojas coming from?
Nearby his patrol vehicle.
Okay. And when we repeated this process before, you've already identified Officer Ramos in the patrol unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for that period of time, undetermined, was there continuous surveillance of Ms. Perez in her apartment?
Like I said, I was under assumption.
No,
Rojas
sir,
was.
that's not my question. At this point in time, after you told your fellow officers the call was over, was there continuous pursuit of her at this time as you're walking back?
Like I said, I was on assumption.
Judge, I asked him to let his witness answer. He has an open-ended question and he can answer the question. Please let him answer. It's his own witness.
All right, you can continue.
Can I hear a ruling, Judge?
Sir, please answer the question I asked you. Do you remember the question I asked you?
You said who was watching the apartment?
No, sir. I asked you, at this point in time, off your body camera, 013625, had there been continuous coverage of Ms. Perez's apartment?
From the patio area? No.
Okay.
But from the building, yes. Rojas was standing right there.
You just testified 2 minutes ago, Rojas. Okay.
You asked me if he was in his car, and I said he was standing right there.
All right.
Which I asked you to play the video back, and he's right here standing next to the
Okay.
vehicle.
And that, all right, and that evidence is already in. Where was Ms. Perez? That apartment, what was it?
When I would turn back to the apartment,
Yes, sir. What was the apartment?
single dwelling occupancy.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Single dwelling occupancy, which apartment, which I returned back and I walked around. She was in the living room area, and in my body cam, I went around and observed her in the bedroom.
Okay. Was it her residence?
I would believe so, somebody that's inside their apartment.
Okay. Did she give you consent to enter it?
No. Well, we didn't ask her to give consent, nor would I think she would give us consent.
Okay.
As we continue to ask her to come outside, but she refused to do so.
Okay. Why was it important to you for her to come outside?
So I didn't have to enter inside her residence and place her into custody.
Say it again. I'm
So
sorry.
I didn't have to enter inside her residence and I could place her into custody.
What would you need to do to enter inside a residence?
Objection, Judge. I think we talked about this outside the presence of the jury, then inside the presence of the jury. You talked about this right before they came back in again. So this has to be deliberate. Do we approach, do we do it in front of the jury or outside their presence?
Well, I'll make sure that the state follows the prior rulings, and if there's an issue, y'all can.
But the question is inducing the issue that we talked about. And we can talk about the law. We're not afraid of the law. We can talk about it, but he's asking a question that's going to invoke an answer from this witness that he can't testify to.
So stating your phrase or your phrase?
Did you have a warrant?
No.
Either a warrant to either arrest her or a warrant to enter her home?
No.
Proceed up to his entrance. Going to advance. Okay, and from here. Okay, and so Ms. Perez, she does come running at you with a hammer, correct?
Trying to start me, yes.
Okay. At this point, you reacted, you moved away, drew your weapon, correct?
Yes.
And then, I apologize, I don't. And I believe Officer Rojas warned you saw it coming.
Yes.
Okay. Have you hit your E-tone yet? Play.
3 or 4 years.
You ain't got no more.
I got points to the
So
hand.
turn my door back.
Come open the door.
No. You're watching me. You ain't got no more. Everybody's watching me. You see this here?
Melissa, open the door, Melissa.
No.
Girls.
I get you, Melissa.
I don't give a fuck. You're harassing me.
3 or 4 years. Just need to let you do it for us.
Now, for the record, we've stopped at 01, timestamp 01:41:47. You initially drew your service weapon, and then you moved to less lethal with your taser. Why did you do that?
And like I explained before, I don't know. It's uncontrollable movement.
Okay. Play.
You're gonna get tased.
I don't give a fuck. Take me.
340. She just hit me with a glass.
And we have stopped at 01:42:02. And you have your taser drawn, and now initially Officer Ramos, he initially drew his taser. Is that what you see?
That's what I see.
Play. Pause. And if you know, from your department's policy or training, Officer Ramos then he holstered his taser and he then drew off lethal. Why is that?
I can't answer for Ramos.
And I'm just going to say this, my understanding.
Exception, Judge, if he can't testify to his understanding, he has to ask a question.
Okay. Is it policy generally for an officer, if one officer has non-lethal, the other has lethal?
You gotta refresh my memory with the policy.
We'll move on. New play.
Well, we just asked you to come outside. Come outside, Melissa.
You're harassing me.
Now, can you tell the jury approximately where is Ms. Perez in the apartment? Where is she standing for it? Can you see her?
No, I don't know where she's at.
Okay, so you can just hear her.
Her yelling? Yes.
All right. Play, please.
Well, I don't want to question this. She has a hammer.
Everybody, you see this right now? Harassment 101.
Melissa, come outside.
The way they turn down my window, I can get myself on that.
Awesome. Okay. And did you, from looking at your camera, approximately where inside the apartment is Ms. Perez at this point?
The living room area?
Okay. Is she at the window, or is there anything between her, you, and Officer Ramos?
In that TV.
Okay. Back that up. Okay. And play.
I can get myself on that.
And what else? Is there anything else?
It's the couch. So
So she, if you will, is she recessed deeper within the apartment?
there's a distance, yes.
What?
Melissa, come on down and talk to me, Melissa.
You already disrespected me in my apartment and my property. And you want me to come and talk to you?
Yes.
No.
We're trying to talk to you right. Yeah, I'm thinking of those really important. Yeah. You want to call Flores? Yeah.
You're running into my apartment.
Watch us. Tomorrow.
You see this, America?
I will.
I'm finding my own reason now you're harassing me. And Mr. Santos. So he's a man in the elderly. That's a damn shame.
So tired right here. Watch it. 340, you can slow him down. We never contain inside the apartment.
And for the record, time is stopped at 01:44:38. What update did you just put out over the radio net to all officers after the E-tone?
Slow him down. Just slow him down.
And what else did you put out to them?
That she was contained. That she was contained.
Contained where?
I mean, I didn't say her apartment, but I said she was contained.
Okay, we can back it up. Play.
340, you can slow him down. We never contain inside the apartment.
And so what information did you put out at 01:44:28?
That's corrected. Contained in her apartment.
Okay, and is that the first time you told your defendant Flores that she was in her apartment?
No. The first contact was misdemeanor and what I told him. She was in the living room area.
Okay, so that between that first report and now, had she gone any place else?
No.
What are you going to do now?
I was going to go to my patrol car to grab my phone to contact Flores.
And did you actually reach out and contact him?
No, so I went back to my patrol vehicle, grabbed my cell phone, and I checked her CAD map area, and I observed him nearby, so I just waited for him to make the scene.
Start somebody to process. Okay, so she threw a glass at me, so we got officers on the way. Oh, okay.
Just to confirm, you are okay?
340, I'm okay. For some reason.
Okay.
she's in the apartment over there. She has criminal history for state jail.
And can you identify the two officers that are here now?
Can't really tell. Bar Center.
So she's in the apartment over there.
Who was that behind Officer Barcena?
I don't know.
She has criminal history for state jail. Trying to go in for her. Went to the screen door. She came at me with a hammer. Backed up to candle glass and hit me in the arm. So saying violating her rights. Do the glass in the arm. Which apartment? It's gonna be over there in that corner over there. We have two officers over there just watching her in the apartment. She still has that hammer. It's on the first floor.
It's on the other side.
And at this point, before you had a criminal mischief property crime of value, state jail value, let you go in. Now you've got violent felonies.
Correct.
The aggravated assault on a public servant and the other one could be assault in that spectrum. 2 incidents, 2 counts.
Yes, for her attempting to hit me with the hammer and striking me with the candle.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now what is the mission and priority now? The other 2 officers showed up. Are you still a responsible officer at this time? 014626.
Yes.
Okay. So what is your focus at this point?
Contacting the supervisor. Containment at the apartment until the supervisor arrives.
All right. Going to advance it forward to approximately 014830. Back it up. All right, play.
Yeah, just move it over. Yeah, just move it over.
And who is this you're talking to now?
Sergeant Flores.
And I believe I heard him just say something to the effect, what did you hear him say?
I just finished talking to you.
What was your reaction when you said that?
Just laughed. Yes, I laughed.
Had the pain from being struck, had that diminished or abated?
Can you rephrase that?
The pain, was it as severe as when you got hit, or had it started to diminish?
No, it continued. As you can see, I looked at my arm multiple times.
All right, I'm gonna interrupt. It's 1 o'clock. All right, members of the jury, I'm gonna give you all lunch break. I'll give you an hour and 15 minutes. Come back no later than 2:15, and we'll continue on.
All right for the jury?
Oh, you want to do that again?
I've got two different ones, but we can do it outside the presence, so be quick.
All right, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, we're on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for clarity of the record, the two items I've discussed in the opposing counsel. The easier one is we've discussed in exhibit the San Antonio Police Department General Manual Procedure 402. Internally, we called it Defense Exhibit 44. We're just asking the record to reflect that that exhibit is marked. It was presented to Officer Salinas outside the presence of the jury. And then lastly, we have now Defense Exhibit 2I, which is being offered. It's an Axon Audit Trail document for Galindo Villanueva. And I don't believe there's an objection from opposing counsel on that being admitted.
No, Your Honor.
All right, those are admitted.
Yeah, just 2I, 44 is not admitted yet, just marked.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
2I.
All right for the jury?
We had to do the Olympics across the 9 chair. We did good.
May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Where we last left off, State, were we with you?
Officer, and first off, I apologize. I was on trained me to try to project. I've been corrected. I might be sounding a little harsh. My apologies, not my intent at all. We left off before lunch break. We discussed Sergeant Flores was now on the ground. If I recall off your body cam, you and he met in the parking lot and started moving in front of 3102. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
You want to continue with your body cam from that point? Just a moment, Your Honor. Something got turned off since before the lunch break.
Put it here. That's what that was.
Yeah,
Can you rewind it?
did you put all the way?
We started.
Yeah, we're at 100 on the clock.
Sorry, that's what she had. Like one of those candles, those glass candles. Glass candle? Oh, yeah, glass candle.
Start over.
Yeah, just no whatever. Sorry, that's what she had. Like one of those candles, those glass candles. Glass candle? Oh, yeah, glass candle. Yeah. So we tried to, she's in the apartment talking to us, but she has a hammer. We tried to go inside to apprehend her for the state jail, criminal mischief. So when I pushed the screen in, she came at me with a hammer, put on my gun, she grabbed the glass and threw it in the arm. And so I just backed up. And she's just, we have her contained in the apartment, just talking to her. Okay, so she has a hammer in her hand? Yeah, it's gonna be in this walker right here. Ramos and I tried kicking it, she barricaded with a chair. So that's why we went around to go through the screen door. Okay. No, it's right there on the balcony. It's broken. We have a phone if you want. Mayor, if you were glass in my arm. Well, I just thought you could, yeah. Just a general courtesy. It's not that.
And Officer Salinas, can you identify the officers that are visible in the screen? Can you identify who it is that's shining the flashlight?
So the one that flashed the flashlight, I can't really tell, but the one that
Mayor, if you were glass in my arm. Well, I just thought you could, yeah. Just a general courtesy.
Barcena.
Okay, it's Officer Barcena. And the officer to the far right?
Trinek.
Okay, and the officer in the middle?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's Vince Gomez.
All right, I'll try to get a full frontal and pause it then.
It's not that. Just for GP. Yeah, everyone on TV. She's got all her windows. She's got all her windows open. So with the hammer?
Do you recognize the voice of the officer that just said she's got all her windows open?
Can you replay back?
Sure.
Mayor, if you were glass in my arm. Well, I just thought you could, yeah. Just a general courtesy. It's not that. Just for GP. Yeah, everyone on TV. She's got all her windows open. She's got all her windows open. So with the hammer? Well, on that side, there's a window. All you gotta do is just the screen. Yeah, but she's still carrying the hammer? Yeah, if you take it, bro. Get there and take it.
Any recognition?
That's Thompson.
Thank you, sir.
She already assaulted somebody with the gun in the offense. On TV, you can see if you got a window bro until you walk in there. It'll really change the whole thing. He's over there on the side. Okay, can you move keys to that apartment?
I can go and see if I have keys in there.
Can you call me? My supervisor wants to talk with you. That's probably what he's going to ask you for. He's right here. Oh, okay.
Could you understand what Defendant Flores was asking Mr. Uno, the maintenance man?
To consent to sign form to go inside.
And to what kind of consent? What did he specifically ask you?
Consent to go inside the residence.
How? What type of consent?
Verbal consent. But he was asking for him to complete the form, which was going to be a written one.
Okay. So he was asking for written consent?
Yes.
From the maintenance man?
Yes.
And by my count on the record, that's timestamp 015248.
Yes.
Have you already been assaulted at this point in time?
Yes.
I'll wait until the last one. Okay, what's the history today? Okay, a couple of months ago, she came into our leasing office. You should have some history there because we filed like a small, but they only count the chips and the soda that she walked in. But she had some history on the back. She was on jail for a couple of months, and she came back. So before that, they told me on the pad because we just acquired these properties in July last year, but it looks like she has some history behind, which I don't know. That's what I heard. But the reason why she was apprehended is because she had some warrants on the back. On the pad. We're gonna go ahead and just hold that to you. Yes, sir.
identify who you're talking to right now. For the record, we've paused it at 015649. Identify who you're talking to.
Dallin Young.
And paused at 015725. The officer in front of you, can you identify who that is?
Villalobos.
Okay. There's one that just spun an object up over his right shoulder. What officer is that? Well, first off, what is that object?
That's a shield.
And who is the officer that has the shield?
They're assigned the 6330s, so Dallin Young would be assigned with the shield that night.
All right, so that voice you were talking to, that was Officer Young, and he had that shield when you were talking with him?
Yes.
Okay, and for the record, to the right of Officer Young in your body cam, there's an officer that is a full frontal. And who is that again?
I can't tell from the back.
Okay. Can you identify who it is now?
Are you talking to the one that's by the tree or the one that's...
The one that's walking, that moved forward and is approaching Officer Young.
Villalobos.
Okay, and is that defendant, Villalobos?
Yes.
All right, and do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and if you could just identify by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Red tie.
Thank you. For the record, defendant's identified, defendant Villalobos.
Can we get a fire out here for standby?
What did you just do when you hit your radio right then and now 6340?
I contacted my dispatch.
What did you ask for?
For fire to stand by.
Why did you do that?
Just to have them by the scene.
Say again?
Just to have them by the scene. That's what initially a standby means. They're around and near the area.
Okay. What did you anticipate was happening?
Some plan being talked about.
Did you know what the plan was?
No, I did not.
How did you come to understand some plan was happening if you didn't know what it was?
Just the group discussing with Sergeant Flores. So I'm assuming a plan was being made.
Were you being proactive?
Just trying to be prepared, just in case something were to happen.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it's either you come out and we arrest you, or we go in and we arrest you.
And can I ask, who is it speaking to you now?
Maria Salinas.
I'm sorry?
Maria Salinas.
Can you identify the voice?
I'm sorry, I can't hear with both. Were you asking the question? I can't hear with everything done. Oh, why is it still on my... I'm sorry. It's still in my headset for some reason. Just a moment, let me just pull this out for a minute. It's strange. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Concur. Did you recognize the voice of the officer speaking to Melissa Perez when I paused the video?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
Alejandro.
And do you mean defendant Eleazar Alejandro?
Yes.
Do you see defendant Eleazar Alejandro in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And if you could please identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Black suit. A black suit.
And the western tie?
Yes.
For the record, Your Honor, the witness is identified defendant Eleazar Alejandro.
Did you need my...
And Madam Court Reporter, I don't want to if I play this, is that going to cause a conflict for you?
No, I think it's picking it up by Bluetooth, maybe, I don't know. That's never done that before. Because I'm not connected to the system. You just give me one moment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I might need to reboot so I can fix this. Your Honor. So,
Yeah, you gotta give us a couple minutes.
thank you for that time, I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. And I want to back up approximately 10 seconds to get all of defendant Alejandro's interaction.
Very peacefully. You need a warrant. No, we don't. You're not a warrant. I promise you I don't. So if we have a warrant, you come out peacefully? If you have a warrant, then you're going to give you a warrant. Okay, so hold on. Hypothetically, if we have a warrant. You need a warrant. Don't act stupid. So that's what I'm saying. What if we have one? Would you come outside? You don't have a warrant. Okay, but if we have it. If you have a warrant,
Let's back some of these, like maybe that.
And can you identify the officer closest to you to your right front?
Sergeant Rivera.
And that would be the sergeant in charge of 61, if I recall?
Correct.
Thank you. Do you know what role Sergeant Rivera played in this at this point in time?
I do not.
Alejandro and someone else.
I think Sergeant.
Let's find out where that blood's coming from.
I think he did.
Alfred, you fired? Alfred. Hey, bro, just come start. Alfred, you fired?
Yes, he's right.
Okay. That guy? Alejandro, come on out. Yeah, that's someone else. That.
Is someone secure that taser?
Come on out.
Right here, I got one right here. Is that your teacher, bro?
Hey, you got scissors. Here, you got it.
Yeah. Did you fire? No, I didn't fire. It was just you and the sergeant. Okay. Can I know you?
Yeah. Why don't you clear your Alfred. Sergeant Flores. He's coming right outside. Yeah, come on. Hey, did we open that front door over there yet? Can you get it open? Check on the maintenance staff.
Hey, let's go ahead and start moving some of these vehicles too, if you can, for EMS, just to make sure.
Yes, Mark.
Can you move some EMS? I started walking back. I don't know how many rounds were fired up here. Stomach here when I started shooting. I don't know if...
Who was that? What officer is that speaking right now?
Sergeant Robertson.
And that would be the sergeant in charge of 62.
Yes.
Went inside, didn't you? Have you been inside?
That was the first one that she did with us at.
Okay, no, but have you gone inside since they fired?
No.
Okay. We see where those rounds impacted. Behind this one. Or you want this side? Okay, do this. Check the one behind. Go around this way. And we should be okay there.
Yes, sir, for the criminal mischief for state jail felony amount. She could have the last thing they need. and said, nah, this is going to be $2,500 to $5,000 to repair it. So we saw her from the window, she saw us. And he serious.
Go get her. Photos over there. He also fired. We had 3. Anybody else fired?
I got you, bro.
Make sure you clear your front seat. Let it sit up front.
I've met with her before. She is in sight. The fire spoke with her. She was saying that somebody was after her, and that's why she cut the lines.
And what officer were you just talking to? You said that?
I don't know.
You're gonna start, the closest is gonna start coming out shut. That's fire transfer. Hold up.
Going to advance your body cam footage to a timestamp approximate 02:21:30. Back up. Start putting correction to the record. We are going to start playing from 02:16:49.
What's your last name?
Salinas?
Go ahead.
1181.
Alright, let's sound this out. Some take pictures of you. Anywhere else?
No, this one.
Okay, so just stand straight and then I'll tell you about your injuries.
I'll take service 044.
Just 'cause I gotta make sure I get covered out. Your patches. Just like, I don't know, I just want to show you. You're gonna face your back towards me. I just like to see it up there. Alright, that's straight. So let's put it a little bit closer because I'm gonna switch back to next. You said that was with glass?
Yeah, glass candle.
A glass candle?
Yeah, it didn't cut me.
Okay, so she like threw it at you. Okay. So hold this for me right here. Makes sense, because I'm like looking, I'm like, it looks like a shape or something.
Lucky it didn't cut me.
Yeah. Okay, now let's see. I'll just put your hand. There you go. We have a burglary in progress at 7014 Clear Valley Drive. The complainant reports someone at her house. She said that someone's trying to open the window. Somebody into the bedroom. There's only one there.
Now, the person that was taking the photographs, what is that person's job?
She processed the crime scene.
Okay? And of you, and she was taking pictures of you, what was she taking pictures of?
My injuries sustained by Ms. Perez.
Now, approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 15 and 16 for identification. What are States 15 and 16 for identification?
16 is going to be my left forearm with the ruler. 15 is just going to be my left forearm with my arm next to my badge.
Okay. And do States 15 and 16 for identification fairly and accurately reflect the injuries you sustained earlier in the evening of June 23rd, 2023?
Yes, when Ms. Perez threw the candle at me.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we have no objection to this.
Okay.
You move to admit it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Admitted?
States 15. Cool. Okay, and what are we looking at in States 15?
That would be my left forearm.
Okay, and I believe you have a touch panel in front of you. Can you clearly see the area of bruising?
Redness, yes.
Okay, you want to circle it if you can, on the touch screen. I guess we don't have that feature on, don't worry about it. Then State 16. Is that the same thing, showing the dimensions of the bruise?
Yes.
And I don't want to mislead, it looks like starts at about 1 inch here, and then it extends to 4.5, so about 3.5 inches.
Just solid.
I know that, and you were a witness to the officer-involved shooting that took place earlier.
Partial witness.
And so you had...
Partial.
Apologize. But because of that status, you had some duties with your department after you left this scene.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have to seek any medical attention for the injuries you sustained from Melissa Perez, June 23rd, 2023?
After leaving work, yes, I did.
Okay. You have a diagnosis? What was your injury?
They just prescribed me some pain meds and just told me to keep ice on it. They wanted to do x-rays to make sure nothing was fractured, but I denied it.
Did you miss any work, take any sick leave?
No, I did not.
Any workers' comp files?
No.
Did you go back to duty the next day, 24th?
I was supposed to, but I did not.
When you got back down to the station, what did you do with your body camera?
So I didn't go to my station, I went to headquarters.
Okay.
And immediately upon entering headquarters, I docked my camera to be uploaded to the Exxon cloud.
And this would have included footage from before you saw Kenji Uno, as well as afterwards of the clip you just got through looking at?
Yes, after roll call from docking it off at my substation.
Both of them were on there?
It should be.
Okay. Subsequently, in December, did I ask you about your footage for your first clip?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Do you know why anything would have happened to have made the first leg of your involvement in this crime unavailable?
I object if he has personal knowledge, calls for speculation or the knowledge of someone else or hearsay, and I would object to it.
My question was if he knows, Your Honor.
Yes, so let me answer that if you have personal knowledge.
Personal knowledge.
Did you do anything to cause your body-worn footage from the first segment to be unavailable?
No.
Did you, along with going to headquarters and docking your body cam, did you do anything else at headquarters?
Gave a statement to the detective.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you an exhibit. Could you take a moment to look at it and tell me what it is?
It's gonna have my information that I gave a statement to Detective Dorsey.
Is that the statement you gave to Detective Dorsey on June 20, about this incident on June 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
Does it appear to be full and complete, as you would call it?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
Yes, I did.
No further questions, I will pass the witness. And apologize for moving the well, Judge, I just want to get these last two exhibits back with the evidence.
Judge?
Yes.
Thanks. Officer Salinas, good afternoon. My name is Nico the Hood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents specifically Nathan Villalobos, but because of a joint defense agreement, we have an interest in on all the cases involved, okay? Have you ever testified before?
Yes.
How many times?
Approximately 2 times.
2 times? Were they on felony cases?
Violation protective order with felony enhancement.
Okay, both of them the same ones?
The other one I don't know. I'm not too sure.
You don't remember? Okay. You know how cross-examination goes, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I promise you, I'm not trying to. I mean, you look like you're going to be in some pain. I'm not going to try to be disrespectful to you, but I'm going to ask you very direct questions. Okay? You understand that that's my job.
You gotta do your job. I gotta do my job.
I understand. That's fine. We have that understanding. And we can have an agreement that if you don't understand my question, because I've been warned that I speak fast, and I'm going to try to talk very slow. Just say, Nico, please repeat your question, or I don't understand, or whatever. You can answer the way you want to, okay?
Okay.
But I'm going to ask you leading questions, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Okay.
Judge, pursuant to text rules of evidence 612 and 615, once again, I request all documents this witness either made in preparation for trial or reviewed in preparation for trial.
Yes.
And
if I haven't, that's fine.
It is my position, it's my understanding that everything we've got has been turned over to the disclosure process.
Okay. So before you testified, you met with the government a number of times. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
How many times do you think?
I can't put a number to it. It's been so much.
So many times you met with them, you mean, right?
Approximately 2 years, yes.
Okay, so over 2 years you've met with them a lot of times. Have you and I ever spoken before?
No, we haven't.
No. Have you spoken with anybody on this defense team?
No.
Okay. What did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
I reviewed my body-worn camera, my statement with the detective, and my internal affairs paperwork.
Statements. Did you review any prior testimony you've given under oath?
No.
You did not?
I did not review
Okay.
it.
But did you review your statement or your times you met with the government and then they handed over what are called disclosures to us? You had some conversations with them. Did you review any of those documents?
No, I did not.
When you spoke with them the numerous times, did they kind of talk to you about what you were going to testify to?
They did mention some things of basically trying to ask me if I knew about exigent circumstances.
Right. And so they probed you and they prepared you for the legal issues that may be before this jury and that the judge would have to rule on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did they kind of prepare you for how defense attorneys are and how cross-examination goes and maybe specifically some of the lawyers on this team?
They didn't really specifically.
Okay, fair enough. And so, what did they share with you their theory of the case?
Yes, they did. Do you want me to explain?
Well, at the right time, I guess I absolutely do want you to explain. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But for now, let's go over some of the law here. So did you review Texas Penal Code 9.31, 9.32, and 9.33?
No, I did not.
The self-defense statutes, did they go over that with you at all?
They went over a little bit of a burglary habitation.
Burglary of habitation. How about burglary of a building?
No, they did not.
They did not? Okay. And did they talk about right to defend yourself, including officers have that same right?
Yes.
Okay. You said a lot on direct examination, so I'm going to try to keep it real succinct for you, and I have notes on 2 pages, so bear with me a little bit. You were called out to the scene initially by dispatch, correct?
Yeah. Can't be 100% honest with you.
Okay. Do you remember how you got to the scene?
I drove up to the location because I observed Rojas and Ramos were in my district area.
How did you know to go there?
After leaving a call for service, I checked her basically pending calls for service, and I observed that they were crossed over to handle a call in my service area.
Okay, so pending calls for service, and who puts those pending calls for service on your, what is it, what do you call that? I want to make sure you use the term to the jury that you want to use. What is that?
MDT.
MDT?
Correct.
What does that stand for?
I don't know the acronym, but it's my laptop in my patrol vehicle.
Mobile data?
Transmission.
Terminal? Mobile data terminal, right? Terminal. Maybe that's why you don't say it, I can't say it either. So MDT, right?
Yes.
And that tells you what a call is pending, when a call is pending.
Correct.
And the dispatcher puts that call on your MDT.
Correct.
So that's what I meant. The dispatcher kind of gave you a call that was pending and you responded to that.
Yes.
Because that was in your area.
Yes.
Did you go to an open channel to speak with Officer Rojas at any point?
I don't remember.
If he testified to that, would you think that he was being accurate, that you spoke to him on an open channel?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
You don't recall that?
I don't.
Okay. But when you got there, you absolutely did speak with Officer Rojas, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, he kind of gave you a rundown of what you were dealing with there in that scenario with Ms. Perez.
Correct.
And he let you know that she had cut wires, and so that at least at the time it was a criminal misdemeanor. At least he thought that.
Yes.
But as you know, just because an officer doesn't realize what a allegation is, doesn't mean that allegation didn't happen, right?
Yes.
So meaning that if somebody punches somebody and you think it's an assault, but then later on in the investigation you find out that they had passed away from that punch, it didn't mean that it wasn't a manslaughter at that time, right?
No.
It just means you didn't realize it at that moment.
All the facts of.
Right, the totality of the circumstances. Is that a phrase that officers use a lot?
Not that much.
They don't use that anymore? Totality of the circumstances?
That's not common language, but.
Okay. And how long have you been on the department?
6 years.
And so at this time, you were on the department 4 years?
Correct.
Okay. And so he told you about that. He also told you about maybe some mental health challenges she may have been having?
He said that she might ED her. And then I believe he said that she cut the wires because FBI was watching her or something.
Did he share with you she thought she was Elvis's daughter?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did she say she had been kidnapped? Did he tell you she had been kidnapped by cartel members?
No.
Okay. Did he say that she said that she owned the building?
Not that I remember now.
Okay, fair enough. And so you were trying to assess the situation because Officer Rojas had handed over the case to you. Is that a fair statement?
Initial contact, yes, with her.
Say that again, the initial contact?
With Ms. Perez, yes.
What does that mean?
He first made contact with Ms. Perez.
Okay, fair enough. So he handed over the initial contact, but it wasn't the initial contact with her because other officers had made contact with her sometime before you got there.
Not that I know of, no.
Well, there were two officers at the scene, correct?
Yes.
There was Officer Rojas. And there was another officer. What was his name? Ramos, right?
Ramos, sorry.
Yes, sir. And so Officer Rojas and Officer Ramos were there before you had gotten there?
Yes.
And were you aware of the tactics they were using or not using before you showed up?
No.
Okay. But then you did see some of the behavior of Officer Ramos after you showed up, correct? At some point?
Just him talking to the patio.
And flashing her with the lights?
Yes, at some point.
And strobing her, when the term comes, when you put your strobe light on?
Strobe light, yes, red flashes.
Are you guys taught to do that to suspects?
I mean, in the academy, just normal civilian, no, but it can be used to, mess with somebody's vision.
Well, let's break that down. May I stand in the well, Judge?
Yes.
Tactically, in the academy, if you're making entry into a structure, you can use your strobe lights to affect vision, just in case they can't shoot you, and you want to take off their vision so they don't use a weapon against you, right?
Yes.
That's what you mean tactically. But if you're not in that situation where you're dealing with entering at that moment, you're not trained to start strobing someone in the face, right?
Department-wise, no, they didn't teach us that.
They didn't teach that, right? And then especially if you're dealing with a potential emergency detention, you definitely don't do that.
No.
But you saw Officer Ramos do that at some point in your contact with the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then at some point, you made a decision, we heard you, you said, let me call arson to see if it's theirs. I remember saying that on your...
Yes.
Okay. And what you were trying to determine is who the complainant was, right?
Correct.
Because you went further to say to find out who the owner was, right?
Correct.
And so the jury can understand this portion of your investigation. Why is that important? You weren't looking for arson to give you direction on what to do towards the arrest. You were asking who is the complainant when I'm writing up my report or doing my investigation, correct?
Correct.
Because when you have a criminal mischief, it's somebody's property that was destroyed.
Correct.
And so you have to find out who that property is.
Yes.
Okay, so is that correct, that that's why you were going to call arson? Not because you needed direction on an arrest or what to do, it's because you needed to find out who was the owner and who do I put down as the complainant?
To clarify, who was the actual owner of the property that was damaged?
Will you explain to the jury what complainant means?
So the complaint on the report is basically the person that is the owner of the property that the person intentionally damages without their consent.
Okay. And then you went to the call, you went to do that call, and that call to arson, and there's a couple of calls that aren't on your body cam, right?
I believe the first portion would be the arson. Then I'm not too sure if it was with the first contact with Flores.
Well, big picture, so you called arson, but then you also called NCID, Night CID Thornton?
Thornton.
Okay, that's not on your body cam, that conversation?
That's when I found out the family value.
No, I understand it, but we didn't hear that. I don't believe the government played that portion of the video. It's not on the body cam, right?
Audio-wise, no.
That's what I mean. It's the audio is not on the body cam.
No, it's not.
And the second conversation not on body cam is Sergeant Flores, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was, and I'm not being mean to you, but that, according to the manual, that should have been on body cam, right?
I viewed it for case tactics.
And it says that in the general manual 410.06, right?
Yes.
What tactics were you worried about in that sense that you couldn't put on body cam, getting direction on what to do next from supervisors?
Just officer safety awareness, not open to the public.
Who was listening in that you were worried about?
Just, I mean, if right now, since my body cam is being played, confidential information in the department would be released.
But you weren't thinking that at that time, obviously, right? I mean, you were dealing with a criminal mischief. Is that correct? You understand?
I understand. I was following my general manual, which is case tactics or personal reasons, or advised by a supervisor to view my body cam.
Okay. If there were other experts that testified that disagree with that assessment, that'd be fine with you, okay? Is that true?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay. So, but that portion we can't hear. We can't hear your conversation with NCID Thornton, and then also with Sergeant Flores, right?
Right.
Because I want to talk to you about those conversations with them. Did you, when you spoke to NCID Thornton, and make sure, I don't want to assume this, we explain to the jury what an NCID is?
That's our night investigation.
What do they do and how do they assist you?
So we have a felony offense. They assist us to make sure that we have the correct offense, to make sure we send it up to our follow-up unit.
Okay. Did you have an occasion, did you tell him that Melissa Perez walked back to her apartment and was issued a citation?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. So I want to be clear, because I want to give each one of you an opportunity. So if NCID Thornton wrote in his report that you told him over that phone call that we can't hear, that you said that she was issued a citation, like a Class C misdemeanor, and she walked back to her apartment, that would not be accurate if he put that in his report?
From my body cam, no.
I'm sorry.
From my body cam, no.
Well, we can't hear your body cam, so I'm asking you from your recollection, because it's in his report, so I need to ask you, I'm going to give you the opportunity to say something, because he's going to say something different, obviously, right?
Correct.
So are you saying that you did not tell him those two things?
No, that was never going to issue a citation.
Well, I think what he's going to testify to maybe, but what's in the report, is that it was already issued to her, and that she walked back to her apartment, that she did not evade.
No.
So that you did not tell him that?
No.
But if he was giving you advice on what to do with that incident, that would be pretty critical on whatever advice he gave you back. Would you agree with that?
As to handle the call?
There you go. Maybe I said it wrong. As to handling the call, if you're calling the NCID, and if he thought, for whatever reason, you said, hey, do you call them detectives or sergeants, or what do you call them?
Detectives.
Detectives, right. Detective Thornton, she was already issued a citation and she walked back to her apartment already. He's going to give you different advice versus she has shown signs of mental decompressing and she evaded detention. That would be completely different information that he would be giving you advice on. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And then if there were felonies, if there was a burglary of a building, and if there was a felony criminal mischief, that would be another layer of information that would be important to know. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And so just to clear, so hopefully we don't have to call you back, but just to make sure, you did not tell Detective Thornton that she was already given a citation, that she walked back to her apartment, correct?
I never called Thornton the first time when I had the misdemeanor offense. I called her when I had the state jail felony, which then I told him I had a state jail felony amount for criminal mischief. I never mentioned a citation.
Right, okay, so that's the key. You never mentioned the citation.
No, I didn't.
Fair enough. We'll ask him about that then. And so then you when you got this new information, because we saw that on your body cam, you were going to end the call, and I know that Mr. Cifuentes and maybe some other lawyers, I'll let them ask you that question about how to truly end a call and what it should show up on your MDT and how to do it. I'll let them ask that question. But there's a proper way to end a call. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
It's not just saying, hey, I'm done with it and I'm going to end the call. Let me turn my body cam off, right?
To a certain extent, yes.
Right, overall. I mean, there's stuff that has to be entered into the computer so we can verify when the call was actually ended, right?
Disposition of the outcome of the call.
Right, the disposition means how it was handled.
Yes.
The ending of the call.
Yes.
Ending means that everything's done that needs to be done with that call and you're actually going to drive off.
Yes.
Not that you're still at the scene. Right?
For the most part, sometimes I stay at the scene to make sure I type away, just in case we do get in contact with the complainant. So sometimes we do actually make contact with them when they show up at a later time.
Sure. And that's usually for family violence assault cases and things like that, right?
That's
great. Okay, but this wasn't that.
At that point, no. It was
But there's an assault coming, but not at that point. And I'm really glad you said that, because what we're trying to explain to this jury, and I think what's important to understand, is there were sections of this incident. I mean, there was the initial engagement by Officer Rojas. There was the infusion of Officer Ramos's behavior. Then you make the scene, and then you take over and handle certain things, and then you take action after you getting more information, and then something else happens, and now there's another section in it, and then the whole ball game changes, so to speak, and we're going to get to all those. So can we do that?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point of your call, you're walking away, and you run into the maintenance man.
Yes.
And the maintenance man, he takes you. You go to the room, and you know through your training and experience, but also through talking to the maintenance man, this is not a public area where the fire alarm is, right?
No, it was secured by a door.
It was secured by a door, and then there's a lock on that knob as well, right?
I don't remember, but there was a knob.
Yeah, and then typically, and I can show you a picture if you need to refresh your memory. But then when you're talking, and I believe is it Kenji Uno? Play the game, Uno? Kenji Uno?
Kenji Uno.
Okay. And so you're speaking to Mr. Uno, and he's talking to you and explaining to you about the damage and that they just replaced the system, correct?
Correct.
He also tells you at some point that he has experience with Miss Perez, right?
Yes.
And that she's broken into their leasing office.
Yes.
And that she's done damage to the property before.
Yes.
And so he was well aware of who she was, right?
Yes.
And that she had been arrested for 45 days and she came back.
I don't know about the last part, but she was arrested.
Right. And so, but it was on your body cam, but so we can refresh your memory at the right time. But you know she was arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so And he also said that the group that he works for had just purchased that apartment building.
Yes.
So they were kind of in this
Renovating.
Sir?
They were renovating it.
They were renovating it, transitioning, and they put a bunch of money in the fire alarms.
Yes.
And would you agree that a fire alarm on a multifamily structure is extremely important?
It notifies if the building's on fire, so you get out safely.
To get out safely, that's why you need warning, because fires can consume a structure. Would you agree in your experience? You've seen that?
Yes.
But even if the fire doesn't consume you, the smoke inhalation can kill people.
That's by carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide, right? Because then things start burning. You have the structure that it's built with, the sheetrock, whatever. There's carbon. There's different chemicals that can hurt people if they inhale during a fire, right?
Yes.
And if somebody hypothetically was in a bed and couldn't get out, they would be in harm. They would be in danger of a fire if there was not a fire alarm.
Yes.
And if somebody took over 5 minutes to put a t-shirt on, that person could not get out of that structure fast. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And so that's why fire alarms are important.
Yes.
And you came to find out that not only did they revamp the fire alarm, that you could just see he was frustrated and saying things like, why did she do this again? I mean, it was damage. It was a lot of damage, right?
Yes.
At first he said 7,500 or something around there. Then you said minimally, what was it? You said at least 2,500 to 5,000.
Yes.
Right? But it could have been more. He was just trying to give you the bottom line.
Yes.
At that point, what did you realize? Not that it didn't already happen. What did you realize had happened?
That she damaged the panel for an estimated of 2,500.
And what does that make it?
Stage of felony.
And if there's evidence that excuse me, officer. May I approach it?
Yes.
And if there's evidence that the door, and if there's evidence that the door was damaged, that could be another offense, right?
Yes.
And it's burglary of a building.
Correct.
But in all reality, you don't even have to damage a door to have burglary of a building, right?
Any portion of the body that enters inside.
I'm sorry, hold on. Say it again.
Any portion of the body that enters inside the building.
But the door doesn't even have to be locked, right? It's just you going in without permission and you entered the structure, right?
Without the owner's consent.
Without the owner's consent, that's the actual legal term. But just for this, can you look at Defense Exhibit 13? It's been entered into evidence. Defendants 14 and Defendants 15. And you can see there was a lock on there, right?
Yes.
And does it look like in your training experience that this lock has been wedgied open or jimmied open somehow?
Yes, there's paint marks right near the mechanism of the lock.
And you don't know for sure, but that would be evidence of somebody trying to break into a structure.
To pry it open, yes.
To pry it open is a better term, that's right. Would that make sense in your experience that if somebody, you know for sure, got into that same structure to cut wires, that they could be the one responsible for prying open that door?
Yes.
And so that would be burglary of the building, is that true?
Yes.
And that would be a stage of felony as well?
Yes.
But in all fairness, nobody was really talking about burglary of the building, right?
No.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Nobody was really focused on that, right?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you speak with Sergeant Flores again because you update him, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, the first time you called him, you said he was okay with you just writing it up as an incident because it was just a misdemeanor at that time, and he says, okay. He was really taking your lead on what you were experiencing at the scene, right?
Yes, right, it was a misdemeanor. Unless there's a suspect.
And a lot of the supervisors, they really rely on the field officers reporting the information accurately to them. Not just a sergeant like Sergeant Flores, but Detective Thornton. They're not there, so they're relying on the officers reporting accurate information so they can give advice.
Yes, what else provided with that night?
Sir?
What else provided with at that night?
Yes, sir. I was just talking in general, though.
Oh, yes.
Right? They rely on officers' information they share with them.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so at first he said misdemeanor, okay, no problem, then write it up as a misdemeanor and you were done. And so Sergeant Flores said, if that's what it was, then that's fine.
Yes.
But then you called him back, right?
Yes.
After with Mr. Umo, you speaking with him and realizing that it was something more.
Yes.
And when you called him back, I think it's important to note, and you testified to it on direct, and you said it numerous times in statements, that you told him that you would like to go in an open window to get her.
Yes.
That was your suggestion, right?
Yes.
That wasn't Sergeant Flores saying, hey, go in that window or kick down that door. He did not tell you that.
No, the only thing he told me was, okay, keep me posted.
And that's important, He said, so you told him that, and I'm not saying you were doing anything wrong, by the way. I'm not attacking you, Officer Salinas, okay? Because you don't believe you're doing anything wrong.
No.
And I don't either. But you made the suggestion to Sergeant Flores, correct?
Yes.
And he said, okay, just keep me posted.
Yes.
And that was the last he heard of that incident.
Yes.
Until he showed up to the scene.
After I was assaulted.
So after you were assaulted, let's get there. We're gonna get there in a section. Thank you. So once he says, okay, keep me posted, after you made your suggestion, he has no idea what's going on,
No.
right? Is that correct?
I mean, other than I notified him about the misdemeanor charge.
Yes, sir. That was previous to this last call.
And then I'll do for the value for criminal mischief felony.
Yes, sir. And then he said, keep me posted, and then you got off the phone.
Yes.
You didn't check with him again before you tried to kick the door or tried to go into the porch?
No.
No. So when you, because the government stopped the video at a time, and he says, because they wanted to make it, you were walking back to Rojas and said, he said we can go get her. Did you hear that on the video?
Yes.
But that was just your interpretation of what you had asked him to do, and then what he had said, keep me posted. He didn't say those words. He said we can go get her, did he?
No.
And for clarity, that's important. I mean, stand up, Sergeant Flores, please. Sergeant Flores did not say, go get her.
No, no.
All that man said was, keep me posted.
Okay, keep me posted.
After you made the suggestion that you wanted to go in a window.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And so, you also said something to them, and I'm just showing consistency. I'm not trying to pound on you, okay? He gave us approval. Remember saying that on video?
Yes.
Now, would you agree with me in general that approval means that somebody requests something and then they get approval from someone in charge?
That's what I interpreted, yes.
So if you want time off, you make a request for time off and you get approval because you made the request.
Yes.
If you want to wear jeans on Friday, you say, can I wear jeans on Friday? The manager says, yes, I give you approval.
Yes.
I want to leave early because my kid has a band practice. I make the request, yes, you can leave early, so you got approval. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So all that is really consistent with you making the suggestion and then Sarge saying, keep me posted, right?
Okay, keep me posted, yes.
Fair enough. Now when you got back to the... That's a great point. And so Mr. Goss was asking, I think it's a great point. And this is rapport that officers in the field have with their supervisors. I mean, Sergeant Flores obviously trusted you.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And there has to be trust between field officers and supervisors and detectives, right?
Yes.
I mean, they can't micromanage you. That's why you have training, and that's why you have in-service, and that's why you have special classes, and that's why you have an 8-month academy, and that's why you have a field training officer, and that's why you're on probation for 6 months to a year. You see all those things, so you can finally be on your own, make decisions, and then check in once you, am I going too fast? Okay, sorry, you need eyebrows. Okay, so you understand that, so that's why, so there has to be a trust.
Yes.
Okay. And so he ultimately deferred to you at the scene.
That's responsibility?
Yes, sir.
That's what you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
He deferred the responsibility to you.
Yes.
And then when you got back and you notified Officer Rojas and Officer Ramos, you guys went to the door. You suggested the window, but you went for the door first for some reason.
As Ramos stated, he wanted to go to the door. I just followed behind.
Got it. Did you know that Ramos had already done 14 Muay Thai kicks on that door before you got there?
No.
Okay. But he made the suggestion to go back to the door.
Yes.
And then so you tried a different technique. May I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
So you did what we call a mule kick, right? This way.
Yes.
Versus a front kick, kicking towards the door, like a push kick.
Yes.
And you are taught how to do that at the academy, right?
Not that I can remember. I know we breached doors with ramming, but I don't recall about kicking.
But you're allowed to kick open a door. There's nothing against it.
Exigent circumstances
Okay, and you felt like you had exigent circumstances.
at that moment too, yes.
Yes.
Due to it being increased to a felony.
Right. And you didn't know it at the time or realize it, but there was actually 2 felonies, right?
Right.
Okay. And so, and you were trying to kick towards the hinge, because when you kick a door, it's always easier to kick where the hinge is to open it up.
Yes.
Not the word hinge here, but I'm talking about where the door opens up, where the block is.
Where the screws are, yes.
And so you gave a number of kicks as we saw, and then Officer Ramos tried again, correct?
Yes.
And then you went around to the back, and then now you made the decision to go in to the window.
Original plan, yes.
Now, at that time, other than Sergeant Flores listening to your direction, your suggestion and saying, keep me posted, Officer Villalobos and Officer Alejandro had no idea what was going on.
No.
And specifically, Sergeant Flores had no idea what was going on in specifics. He just knew what you had told him, right?
Yes.
And then so you jump over the rail and you are going into the window.
Objection to the compound question, Your Honor.
Or you can rephrase.
Okay. So you jumped over the rail, period. That's one question.
Yes.
And then you tried to go into the window, correct?
Not right away. I went to the door.
I did see that. You were correct. Thank you for correcting me. You tried the knob.
Yes.
And the actual handle was locked.
Yes.
And on doors like that, there's a lock on the handle, and sometimes there could be a lock secondarily.
Deadbolt, yes.
Deadbolt. But, so the handle was locked. You couldn't even turn it.
No.
So then you went to the window.
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about this. Ben, will you get that video ready, please?
You may have to get on key here, but I'll try.
The same video. Get to get IT here again. Okay, well, I'll let you do that while he does that. Because the video's been played kind of fast. We slowed it down one time, but you went through something traumatic that night.
Yes. This fed started striking me in the head with a hammer.
Absolutely. So you're walking in and she's running at you with the hammer.
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Nathaniel has been marked as Defense Exhibit 11 for identification purposes only. Is this similar to the hammer that she's tried to strike you with?
Not that I can recall 100%, but it was.
It's a good sized hammer.
Yes.
Right. And would you agree that in its manner in use or intended use, a hammer absolutely can be a deadly weapon?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not even going to do it again. They saw me hit a book earlier, but I mean, man, this thing, and I don't have to swing it hard, can cause damage to your eye socket, orbital, lose vision, kill you, break your jaw. I mean, a lot of things can happen.
It can do serious damage, yes.
Cranial cracks, bleeding, serious damage. And even someone, I mean, I have 2 daughters and they're strong and tough. I mean, but women, men, anybody, even a teenager can hurt you with a hammer.
Yes.
And she came at you with that hammer.
Yes.
And if you recall, if we can get this video shown, we will in a second, but you were going in and they warned you, whether it was Ramos or Rojas, and you backed up and she came in, and do you recall, I mean, you were there, but you saw in your video how that hammer was swung right where your head was?
Yes.
So if you didn't back up, if Officer Rojas and Ramos didn't tell you and you didn't see her coming, I mean, we saw the video and they're gonna see it again, that hammer, and she swung it hard, would you agree?
Yes.
And she swung it twice at you.
I don't remember it was twice, but I know she swung it the first time, knocking the screen off.
She knocked the screen off the first time, and the second time we're going to see in the video, her arm actually comes out of the window, correct?
If you replay it back.
Yes, sir, we will. We'll play it back to you. Can you watch the video, please, sir? This is Defense Exhibit 21 for the record, Judge. Stop right there, please. Now, we can see that's exactly where your body was, your head was, right?
Yes.
Now, what would that be? You could have arrested her for that also. What was that?
Aggravated assault on a public servant.
First-degree felony?
I believe so, yes.
It also can be called attempted capital murder.
Yes, for a public servant.
I mean, you've known this in your experience. If an officer is killed in the line of duty, it's capital murder, correct?
Yes, acting his duties.
Say it a little louder.
Acting his duties.
Acting in your duties, correct. And at this point, you drew your service weapon.
I did.
And you were not committing an aggravated assault because you drew your weapon, right?
I felt like my life was in danger.
Your life was in danger, sir. You don't need anyone's permission for that. And so you drew your weapon.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the sidebars.
I'll sustain.
I got it, Judge. And so you drew your weapon because you were prepared to defend yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now let me ask you this. And you made a momentary decision. If she would have, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If she would have, you didn't know whether she was going to throw this at you or swing it at you, right?
No.
But if she threw this at you, she could hit you with it.
Yeah, just like she did with the candle, yes.
Just like she did with the candle, exactly. And we're going to talk about a candle. I'm handing you what is marked Defense Exhibit 41 for identification purposes. Is this something similar to what she threw at you, or was it actually, I don't know if that looks smaller to me, but what do you think about it?
No, it appears to be the right size.
It does?
Yes.
Okay. Now a candle's an interesting weapon. Can this be a deadly weapon in its manner and means of being used?
It strikes me in my head, possibly in my eye.
Correct. So it matters. I mean, in prisons, in your experience, they don't have knives and guns, right? They have bed springs and they have toothbrushes, but they can make shanks. Anything in the way it's used can be a deadly weapon, including a rock.
Yes.
And a candle's an interesting item because it's glass and it's also an object, like a blunt force object, like a rock.
Yes.
And you've seen cases where people have been beat with blunt force objects to death. Have you not? And that just means someone was beat to death with a rock, essentially.
Yes.
Or a club, or a tire iron, or a bat, something like that.
Yes.
And so if that candle, and we're going to see it here in a second, if that candle could have hit you in the eye, or in the head, or hit you just right, you never know. I've seen a golf ball too. I mean, it could have caused you serious bodily injury or death, right?
Yes.
And it did cause a bruising to your arm, to your forearm.
Yes.
Have you ever made a response call to a bar fight?
Not necessarily a bar fight, but regular fights.
Okay. Have you ever seen glass damage on someone's face? Where someone's hit in the face with glass?
Not that I recall, but I know if you get struck in the face, you tend to bleed a lot.
It can flash you up. It's not like the movies. I mean, glass breaks on you and there can be a lot of damage, right?
Objection, relevance, he said he hadn't seen it, Judge.
In his training experience, Judge, I mean, he's worked with officers all over the city.
Again, it's his knowledge.
Okay. So at this time, whether it was one or two swings, and we can dissect that later, she's at least committed 2 aggravated assaults against a peace officer.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Some lawyers like us can bicker over the second one was an assault on a peace officer or aggravated assault, but there were multiple assaults on a peace officer.
Yes.
Matter of fact, Officer Ramos ended up drawing his weapon on her as well.
At one point, yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And so, and he wasn't charged, or he's not responsible for an aggravated assault against somebody with a deadly weapon, right?
No.
Because under Texas Penal Code 9.33, he's entitled to defend a third person, including, especially someone he works with.
Yes.
Matter of fact, your general manual mandates that you guys act in defense of each other.
Yes.
Right? And then there was some discussion on whether taser was switched. 1 second, sir. We're going to do the candle next, okay? But when it comes to taser, because there's been a lot of discussion about tasers, would you agree that you're taught that a taser is a compliance technique, not a self-defense technique?
Yes, it locks the body up for 5 seconds.
Right.
And it has approximately 21 feet that it can expand to, or can make contact with the body, but sometimes it requires 2 prongs to make connections.
Okay, now you got to where I was going to take. I mean, there's prongs, so it meaning that it's not a projectile, it's not direct.
No.
Matter of fact, a punch is more direct than a taser because it kind of goes out.
Yes.
And also, it has to make contact. So if my tie gets in the way or somebody's anything, the wind blows and the taser doesn't land perfectly on the person, it will not connect with that portion of the body. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so you're taught that it's compliance. Can I give you an example? Judge, may I stand?
Yes.
So if you're saying, get down, I said get down. If they don't get down, at some point you can tase them to comply with your order to get down so you can handcuff them. That can be one way to use it. How would you use a taser, sir?
I would use a taser if someone was actively resisting and the force continuum does not work, which is pain compliance, which is open hand techniques, and then I would go up to taser.
When you mean resisting arrest?
Yes.
So what that means is, may I push, Judge?
Yes.
Can you stand up for 1 second, sir? Permission for him to get up?
Yes.
If you're arresting me, you can try. I won't resist you. I'm just going to show him something. Yes, sir. Like you've already. And I do. Hey, wait a minute. Now that can be resisting.
Yes.
Now the statute says I have to use force against you, but it's you're holding me tight. I like that. And so you're doing all of this. This could be resisting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I continue to resist, you may deploy your taser.
Yes.
And so that's what I meant when I meant that. It's a compliance technique. It's not a self-defense technique. Right?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's a compliance technique, not a self-defense technique.
Yes, compliance.
In our same example, if I got away from you and I drew a gun or I took out a knife, you would not continue with that taser, right?
No.
You would do what?
Draw my weapon.
You would draw your weapon, right? Because you would meet deadly force with deadly force.
Yes.
And you're there to defend yourself.
Yes.
We're going to watch the candle throw now, sir. This is Defense Exhibit 7 for the record. She was out that window, right?
Yes, on the candle.
Similar to how she was with that hammer.
Yes.
And the government asked you if you had pain, and you said you were feeling pain to the point where a doctor recommended x-rays.
Just to make sure nothing was fractured.
Nothing was fractured. Now, at that point, not because of the candle, because of the hammer, you set off your E-tone.
I didn't set it off my dispatch. When I told her I had one at gunpoint, she sent the emergency-wide E-tone.
Will you show us how you did it? Because you could have pressed the button. Are you saying you had her at gunpoint and you went over to your lapel?
So I had one, my lapel usually is right here.
Yes, sir.
So when I make contact with that, that's sending a transmission to dispatch. And when I told her I have one at gunpoint, that's when I put my hand on my weapon again. That's when the E-tone came out.
Got it. And that E-tone, it blocks communications for a while because it lets everyone know that there's an officer potentially in trouble.
Yes.
Is that what it really is for, an officer in trouble?
Yes, emergency E-tone, city power wide.
And at that moment, you were in trouble.
Yes.
And so there's the dialogue back and forth. Officer Ramos draws his weapon. He has her. Then for some reason there's a switch to a taser. But that really wasn't anything mandated to do. You could have kept your gun out the whole time, both of you, because Ramos ends up doing that again, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you get out and you tell dispatch to slow them down.
Yes.
Do you know what the 5 C's are?
Not that I know on top of my head, no.
Have you trained in them though?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I'll show you in a second. It's containment, right?
Yes.
Control.
Control.
Communicate.
Communicate.
Call.
Call.
And you ended up calling EMS later on, or fire, not knowing what was going to happen. You were being proactive, and then create a plan. So with those 5 C's, and it's okay that you're on the call, but I mean, all officers are taught the 5 C's, correct?
Yes.
And the 5 C's are led by a supervisor to do all those things to make sure that a subject is contained, and you guys have done that, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, I think the government asked you a question that you guys had already laid off your call and you weren't by the window anymore, but you were very specific to answer, Mr. Harris, and you said, no, Ramos was watching the building. We weren't just going to let her go. So the call had not finished yet, right?
Yeah, Ramos was by the building number outside his vehicle, which they implied that he was inside the vehicle.
Right. And he's watching the building?
From what I can see on my body cam, yes.
Yes, sir. No, that's fine. I understand that. But my point is, if the call was over for Officer Ramos and Rojas, they would have left.
Yes.
It still wasn't. It was still fluid. I mean, this is what happens in calls.
Yes.
So that everyone shows up eventually, and you saw Sergeant Flores approaching you.
Yes.
Do you remember what he asked you? Pretty right away. I mean, right away.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he asked if you're okay, and you knew that Sergeant Flores was concerned about you, right?
Yes.
And he asked that first. Did Sergeant Flores, in your experience, did he seem out of control or worked up or let's go get her or how would you describe his demeanor?
His demeanor was that he was concerned for me for being assaulted, and then he was trying to prioritize, trying to make the best plan to next step to execute.
I agree with that. But he was calm, would you agree?
Yes.
He was listening because he was trying to take in more information?
Yes.
You gave him the information you could give him, correct?
Yes.
Ramos was somewhere else, right?
Yes.
Rojas was somewhere else?
Yes.
And so you actually experienced the process of Sergeant Flores doing the 5th C, the creating a plan, right?
Yes.
Because you guys had already contained, and the control was everybody not letting anybody else come into the scene, right?
Yes.
Like family members can do that in other incidences. We don't want anybody in the scene. Many officers, from Thomas to Alejandro to you guys to Sergeant Flores, many people tried to communicate with her, correct?
Yes.
And we'll talk about Officer Thomas, and he was really trying to talk with her. And she was debating and throwing out her idea of what the law was. Remember that?
That we didn't have a warrant.
Right. And many times suspects are just plain wrong. They're just wrong, right?
Yes.
Just because a suspect says the law is A, to justify their behavior doesn't mean it's that.
Yes.
Right. And so there was no, in your opinion, would you agree, there were no rogue officers there?
No.
I mean, there wasn't an officer under direct orders from a lieutenant or a captain, and then Sergeant Flores or Sergeant Rivera or the third sergeant or any of you guys, or Salinas, Maria Salinas also, just doing whatever you wanted to do.
No.
Nobody was doing that. Would you agree that people were being thoughtful?
Yes.
I mean, we saw a shield.
Yes.
Right? And I know that you're not an expert in tactics. Could we ask somebody who's an expert in tactics whether a shield is appropriate for that specific scenario?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, they'd be better to ask somebody, an expert. Okay. And the beanbag, that came up with Officer Rojas. But shotgun beanbag can cause, I mean, that's not non-lethal, that's less lethal, right?
In compliance.
Right, for compliance, but it still can cause harm to people. But at some point, there was a plan to try to breach, to get inside there, to get her in, to apprehend her, right?
Not that I know of. I just remember Flores was asking me for the key. I didn't know any type of plan.
Okay, so you weren't part of the actual plan. You stepped away to call fire and you asked for a key. You had been assaulted, so you're actually a victim in this situation.
Yes.
And you're a multiple time, you're a 2-time victim at least.
Yes.
Right? And so they kind of separated you from the scene.
Yes.
But you knew at some point, or did you know, that Officer Villalobos attempted, and he actually did jump over the rail and reach in to the window to unlock that door that you felt was locked. Did you come to know that?
No.
You didn't know that at all?
No.
Okay, then we'll ask other officers about that. But we can see from your body cam, at some point after that, because are you aware that he got hit, she swung at him with the hammer as well, or you don't know that?
No, I don't know that.
Okay, fair enough. But at some point, all you know is you heard gunshot.
Yes.
So you have nothing to add to this jury or tell this jury of what you saw or didn't see or experience, because as we saw from your body cam, you were further back.
Objection to the compound question, Your Honor.
Officer Stein?
Did you understand my question?
A little bit before.
Okay, let's go, we'll break it up for you. You weren't at the scene you weren't close to the shooting when it happened.
No, I was a distance away from it.
But you heard 2 rounds of shots.
I don't know the approximate number, but I did hear rounds.
there was a volley. They call it a volley of shots, right? When there's when there's either 2 or 3 or 4 shots, that would be considered a volley of shots, right? No? You never heard of that term?
No.
Okay, fair enough. So you heard some shots, and then you heard some more shots.
Yes.
Okay. One second, Judge. Would you agree with this, that we were dealing with a completely different scenario once that aggravated assault against you was committed?
Yes.
And everything before that, because we have to break this up, because there's different sections to this incident, to this night. The first section, none of these 3 men were there. Neither were you. It's Rojas and Ramos, right?
When she ran to the apartment?
Yes, sir. When she ran to the apartment, not walked, right?
Yes.
Second section is when you showed up.
Yes.
Third section is after you made the suggestion to go in, you were assaulted.
Yes.
Did you see the broken glass coming at any of the officers when she hit the window?
No.
No? I did the glass somebody else. Let me ask you a question. Do you have? Yeah. One second, I'm gonna get a question. Officer Salinas. As to the key, I mean, it would have been irrelevant because the front door was wedged with a chair, right? To the front door.
To the front door, but there was also the patio door.
Okay, so were you asking for the key to the patio door then?
Not specifically, but just the key in general.
Got it. But if you got the key to the front door, it would have been irrelevant.
Yes, since she hears it.
And that's probably why your kicks and Officer Ramos' kicks weren't working.
Possibly, yes.
Most likely. Let me ask you this. So you understand that the state's theory of the case is that Melissa Perez, if she had hit you with a hammer and killed you, she would have been right to do so.
That's what they told me at pre-trial, yes.
I mean, how do you feel about that?
Upset.
And you're upset because they told you in pretrial that if Melissa Perez would have accomplished her goal of hitting you in the head with that hammer and killed you, she would have been okay to do that. She would have been justified in doing that.
Check to hearsay, Judge.
Hearsay, Judge. They pre-trialed him. He already testified anyway. But that's what they told you.
Yes.
Why did it upset you?
That they're giving her right, that somebody was willing to take my life away. Saying that she had the right to protect her property when I was attempting to arrest her for a felony that she committed.
And you disagree with that, right?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
I'm wondering if we may take a short break.
Members of the jury, let's take a short break.
All right for the jury?
Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense?
I proceed, Your Honor. Officer Salinas, if I ask you a question that you don't understand, please ask me to rephrase, or if you don't hear me correctly, ask me to speak up, okay? All right, so one of the things that I noticed in your testimony that kind of impressed me was that you indicated that you were a district officer, correct?
Yes.
And you have to earn the district, don't you?
Yes.
And hard-working, hard-charging, by-the-book officer earns the district, would you agree?
Yes.
And he's trusted by his sergeant, would you agree?
Yes.
And somebody that doesn't live up to your standards doesn't get assigned to district, would you agree?
Yes.
And they are roving officers, would you agree?
What do you mean by growing?
Well, they're temporary, they can be moved from district to district, right?
Yes.
So one day, they don't have a permanent district.
No.
All right, and you pride yourself on being a district officer, correct?
Yes.
And the district officer likes to take care of business in his square, would you agree?
Yes.
And tell the jury what that ethic is like, wanting to take care of business in your square.
So when I'm assigned to a district area, I don't like to have other units take care of the calls in my service area, just because I know what their call load is, so I don't want them to handle my call load. So that's why what happened, the incident that occurred tonight, why I went over there, was to handle that call in my service area.
All right, but sometimes the press of business, calls can be holding, right?
Yes.
And that happened on June 23rd, 2023, correct?
Our call load was a lot, yes.
And that's not your fault, that's just what happens sometimes, right?
Yes.
And as soon as you could get to 6200 Old Pearsall Road, you got there pretty quick, right?
Not that I know of. I drove over there, but I don't know how long it took me.
Well, would you agree that you arrived right as the fire engine was exiting the complex? You've had a chance to review your Coban, I take it.
Do you remember the fire guys being there when I pulled up?
Yeah, they were exiting the complex, right?
Yes.
All right. And the other thing that I found interesting about you, when we take a look at your TCOL, tell the jury what TCOL is.
TCOL is our licensing for the state.
All right, and they set state standards for licensing?
Yes, they do, which we attended in the academy.
All right, and you have to record all of the training that you get, correct?
Yes.
And the training is approved by the state of Texas, correct?
Yes.
And you have to take continuing education over time. You just can't be trained once, you have to be trained every year, right?
Yes, our yearly in-service.
So, I was talking about TCOL, and what's impressive about your service is your licensed service report shows that you got lots of education credits and a lot of course hours, like over 3,200 hours of credits from the last time I checked, but it's probably closer to 4,000 now, maybe?
Don't know the exact number, but yes, like 10
All right,
classes.
and you take an extensive course in body-worn cameras, right?
Yes, academy.
And it's mandated by state statutes to know how to record body camera and to store and retain body cameras. It's mandated by state law, correct?
Not that I know of, but...
Okay, but you know that at the end of your shift, you upload your camera, and you said you did that, right?
Yes.
By docking it at the public safety headquarters.
Yes.
And you showed up to the public safety headquarters, and would you agree that at that point in time, you were required to provide witness statements to detectives assigned to the homicide office, in particular the officer-involved shooting team, correct?
Yes, to Detective Dorsey.
All right, and you would agree that the officer-involved shooting team, whoever was in charge, if you know, was responsible, if you know who that person was, was responsible for gathering all the body-worn cameras, right?
I don't know who's in charge of that.
Okay, but it was their responsibility to gather all the body-worn cameras in this case, correct?
I can't answer that, I don't know.
Okay, but it wasn't your responsibility to gather.
Objection's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Not the last question.
Overruled.
It wasn't your responsibility to gather all of the body-worn cameras, was it?
No.
All right, and did the DA's office explain to you why your body-worn camera for the first 23 minutes you were there was missing?
No.
Okay. But you did what you were required to do by uploading your camera. The computer takes care of it, and you know you docked it. And the reason we know you docked it is we have 2 of your body-worn camera recordings, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that knowing that you docked your camera and that we have 2 of the body-worn camera recordings from your camera, that someone lost the first recording?
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily somebody lost it intentionally, but hey, I don't know if it got uploaded or not.
Okay, so can we assume that if you docked your camera, all of your recordings for the day were uploaded?
Yes.
All right, so starting with that assumption, if all of your recordings were uploaded, you agree that the policy for the city of San Antonio and the state of Texas requires that at a minimum, all body-worn cameras be preserved for 180 days, correct?
I wouldn't know that policy on the top of my head.
So if such a policy exists, that 180 days existed, then someone during this first 6 months that you uploaded the cameras should have retrieved your first recording, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's not your fault, is it?
No.
All right, and when you went to Internal Affairs, you were falsely, and I want to emphasize falsely, accused of violating policies. Would you agree?
For sound judgment.
Okay. And you disagreed with that, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told IA that you didn't believe that you violated the policy, correct?
Yes.
Because you didn't. Right?
That's what I felt, yes.
All right, and the things that they claimed is that you should not have kicked the front door. They claim that, right?
Yes.
And they claim that you should not have jumped over the back patio railing, right?
Yes.
And they claimed you should not have pushed through a window screen. They claim that, right?
Yes.
And then they claimed that because you were struck by a candle, that you should not have drawn your weapon, right?
That part I don't recall.
I'm sorry?
That part I don't recall.
Okay. But if that's what was alleged, and then you agree that you didn't violate policy by drawing your weapon, right?
No.
And because what happened was, it wasn't just a candle throw, you were attacked twice with the hammer, right?
Yes.
And you heard the body-worn camera where Officer Rojas yelled out, "Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out." Hey, you heard that on the camera, right?
Yes.
And but for Officer Rojas yelling that, you would not have backed out quickly, right?
Probably not, no.
And you did back out quickly, and I don't know, it kind of looks like you kind of ejected yourself backwards, almost like an ejection seat. Would you say it was pretty quick?
Yes.
All right. And she swung the hammer twice, right?
Yes.
And when she swung the hammer twice, what we hear on everybody's body-worn camera is, "I have one at gunpoint, she has a hammer." That's what we hear on everybody's body-worn camera when you hit the E-tone. Would you agree?
Yes.
And you were telling the truth when you said that, right?
Yes.
And then you hit the E-tone, and then we saw her throw the candle and we understand that you felt a lot of pain, right?
Yes.
Now, would you agree that your body-worn camera doesn't start, the ones that we have, not the first one that was lost by whomever in homicide, but the second one started at around 123, you would agree?
If I had the body cam.
I'm sorry?
If I had the body cam, because I don't know exactly the time it started.
If I were to say roughly around 123, plus or minus a couple of minutes, you wouldn't, I'm not going to hold you to a precise time, but you would agree that's...
Roughly,
correct?
yes.
Okay. All right. And so when it starts up again, would you agree with me that when we take a look at the IDR on your case, that you never check back into service, right?
What do you mean by check back in service?
All right, well, Matt,
Yes.
what was your call sign again?
6340 Charlie.
Would you agree with me that on the IDR, that when you check back into service, you're going to get, I believe it was 9 o'clock that you check back into service. That when you check back into service, I realize we have 6111 Tango, it says available, right?
Yes.
And that's the way that you check back into service, right?
Yes.
And so when all the officers assigned to the call say that they're available for service, that's when the call ends, right?
Yes.
And, okay, you said it was 6340 Charlie?
Yes.
It was my mistake. It was actually 1023 that you checked back into service, correct?
Yes.
So it was more than 8 hours and 20 minutes after what these men are charged for happened, you checked back into service, right?
Yes.
And even though you checked back into service, there are still a lot of other people that were assigned to that call that finally checked back into service, correct?
Yes.
And finally, there's a disposition time that says that the case has been closed, right?
Yes.
All right, and that's how a call is properly concluded, correct?
Correct.
Now, you recall that on June 14th, 2 separate IDRs were created for when you dealt with Melissa Perez, correct?
First contact, yes.
All right, and so when there were 2 separate IDRs, they weren't joined together in one IDR, correct?
No.
And when you turned off your camera the first time on the body-worn camera that homicide lost, a new IDR wasn't created when you started your camera a second time, correct?
Are you talking about the night, the first contact with it, or the night of June 23rd?
June 23rd.
And what were you asking again?
Okay, fair enough. Let me try to ask that better, and I'm glad you pointed that out. On June 23rd, 2023, when you first arrived, you arrived at around 101 something or another, right?
Just about, yes.
And I'm assuming you did what you're supposed to do by hitting your body-worn camera and it started recording, right?
Yes.
And then for some reason, it was cut off before 1:23 or whatever that was, right?
Yes.
And then you turned it on again when you started talking to Kenji Uno, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you turned it off the first time until the time you turned it on again a couple minutes later, a new IDR was not generated for your response to 6200 Old Pearsall Road on June 23rd, 2023, correct?
No, it was not generated.
All right. And you would agree that anytime you hit an E-tone, it automatically generates a code 3 response, correct?
Correct.
And tell me if you agree with this definition of a code 3 emergency. It means, a call means a request for police service that presents a threat or immediate danger of death or serious bodily injury to the individual. Both the threat and the need for assistance must be immediate. You would agree that's the definition of a code 3?
Yes.
And if you were to hit your E-tone frivolously or negligently or recklessly, you'd be in trouble, right?
So to speak, but they would just, officers would be concerned.
The administration would come down on you, right?
Not that I know if they would, because there's been times where people accidentally press it.
Okay, but if you do it frivolously, then you're going to be retrained and disciplined, right?
Yes.
Because they're going to say, oh, this guy's got bad judgment. We can't trust him for knowing when to turn on the E-tone and when not to, right?
Yes.
So nobody said in IA or ever that when you hit your E-tone that you didn't understand the definition of a code 3, did they?
Oh.
Because you did the right thing in hitting your E-tone, didn't you?
Yes, I felt like my life was...
And when Officer Eleazar Alejandro showed up, actually I should say, I believe the correct one was Villalobos showed up first, Sergeant Flores showed up second, and then Eleazar showed up third. When they showed up, they showed up in response to your E-tone, correct?
Correct. And
their response was proper, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that, and I don't want you to think I'm trying to trick you, it could be as little as 12 or as many as 20 times. If we took a look at everybody's,
Sorry.
if we took at everybody's body camera, the 15 officers that were there, and counted the number of times hammer was mentioned, each body camera would probably indicate that the word hammer was mentioned 12 to 20 times from the time of 1:55 to probably 2:02:00. Would you agree? Roughly speaking?
I know I mentioned hammer quite a few times on my body-worn camera, but I didn't know the exact amount.
Sure, but if we were counted on your body-worn camera and it was somewhere between 12 to 20, that would sound about right. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And you mentioned the word hammer several times yourself, right?
Yes.
You told Sergeant Flores that you were attacked by a hammer a couple of times, right?
Yes.
And people were talking about communication. You would agree with me that officers have a duty to tell the truth at all times under Rule 3.02, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that they're required to do is to provide information to their fellow officers in time of danger, correct?
Yes.
And so when they provide information to their fellow officers, it's important to be truthful, not exaggerate, not to blow things out of proportion. So when people mention hammer 18 times, fellow officers should listen to that in deciding whether or not this person was intending to harm officers, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree from the number of times, and I believe Officer Rojas mentioned hammer 18 times, and a bunch of other people said, oh, she's got a hammer, she might come at you with a hammer, and some people were talking about, well, if she has a hammer, I can do this or I can do that, or some people were saying, you can't do this or you can't do that because she has a hammer. That was discussed quite a bit, wasn't it?
I know Thompson mentioned about using a taser to subdue her when he asked about the hammer. But the other conversations, no.
So when I gave all those examples, I'm not asking you to agree with me verbatim, but that sounds about right. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. So officers were sharing their concerns about how she was a danger to others, correct?
Yes.
And when officers decide to use force, they can take into account the information relayed to them by fellow officers, correct?
That's provided to them, yes.
And that's a factor in determining whether the officers acted reasonably, you would agree?
Yes.
So a reasonable officer could rely upon the expression by various people that she was a danger, she had used a deadly weapon, namely a hammer, and had attacked several people, right?
Yes.
And when I'm going to represent to you that Maria Salinas can be seen on various body-worn cameras telling Eleazar Alejandro that she missed hitting Nathaniel Flores' head by this much. Nathaniel Villalobos' head by this much. You would agree that...
Objection is the hearsay, Judge.
Well, you know, it's on the camera.
It's on video. It's an evidence.
It's evidence.
Been shown to this witness.
You can rephrase your question.
If Maria Salinas indicated to Eleazar Alejandro that Melissa Perez missed hitting Nathaniel Villalobos in the head by this much, you would agree that Eleazar Alejandro would be entitled to rely upon that?
Yes.
And if Vince Gomez was explaining to Ricardo Neri and his probationer and other people present, explaining the narrative about how Nathaniel Villalobos peeked into the window, unlocked the door, and that Maria Salinas came running, Melissa Perez came running fast at Villalobos. She was quick and missed hitting him by this much, gesturing with his hand, shaking his hands in front of his face by 7 to 9 inches. You would agree anyone listening to him could rely upon that information in deciding whether the use of force was reasonable.
Objection, comment on question, Your Honor.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Okay. I'm asking you to assume that it's on video, and I'm going to represent to you that it is on video. That Vince Gomez is explaining how Melissa Perez came charging at Nathaniel Villalobos. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And that when she came charging at Nathaniel and swung the hammer, that the hammer missed hitting his head by this much. You would agree that when Vince Gomez stated that and gestured that fellow officers could rely upon that information in deciding whether the force was reasonable when she came charging at Alfred Flores with a hammer.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you told the state information that they didn't like. Is there other information you told them that they didn't like?
When I mentioned fresh pursuit,
When you
They
mentioned
didn't like
what?
that?
I'm sorry, when you mentioned what?
Fresh pursuit.
First person?
Fresh pursuit.
And why didn't they like that?
Because it technically throws her whole argument for exigent circumstances.
So it destroys their argument about exigent circumstances?
Correct.
All right. And they didn't like that at all, did they?
No.
So they didn't like that one little bit, did they?
No.
You didn't think that was fair, did you?
No.
Pass the witness.
Keep going, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right, I'll make do. I'm gonna be conscientious of everybody's time. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Nisbet. This is Christian Newman, and we represent Alfred. And ask you some questions as well, okay? Same rules, too fast, doesn't make sense, just ask me to re-ask and repeat it, I'm happy to do it, okay?
Okay.
How long was Sergeant Flores your sergeant?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. There was too much, if you could.
How long was Sergeant Flores your sergeant?
I can't put an exact time, but he was there for a bit.
Okay. A year, 2 years, 2 days? Can you just ballpark it for us?
I can guarantee it was over a year.
Okay, over a year. During that year, did you have few or many experiences with Sergeant Flores as your sergeant on patrol?
As handling calls together, or
Yeah.
yes.
A lot or little?
It really depends, because sergeants aren't usually notified unless it's like a felony or something that's a critical
Would you deal
incident.
with him every time you were on shift or just a few times a week?
I mean, at work, yeah, we have roll call together.
Every time you were on shift?
Yes.
How would you describe Sergeant Flores?
Basically concerning. We would have small conversations. He would always ask about my family, ask about his family, and just little small talk here and there.
So, a kind man?
Yes.
Inquisitive?
Yes.
A good listener?
Yes.
Would you consider him a good sergeant?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. LaHood talked a little bit about it, but I think it's important to highlight for the jury, after watching the videos here, watching them I don't know how many times in pre-trials, is there ever a moment where you see Sergeant Flores acting out of character?
Not when he approached me and he asked me if it was good. He was, like I said, concerning.
Right, and he's working the scene, correct?
Yes.
He's checking in with you? Yes, thank you.
I didn't hear an answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because we represent Alfred, we have to go back through it. Apologize to everybody, but you made it clear, and I want it to be crystal clear to the members of the jury, okay? So on the first phone call, you talked to Sergeant Flores and Arson?
Correct.
All right. Do you talk to Night CID then too, or just Arson and Flores?
First phone call was was Arson and Flores. Second phone call was Night CID and Flores.
Okay. And on the first phone call, you informed Flores what exactly?
That she was in her apartment refusing to get out. It was a criminal misdemeanor, and I was going to write it up as that unless there's a suspect.
Okay.
Just a moment. Could you give me that mic right there? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And in the time between the first phone call and the second phone call, we're not going to watch the video, but you're still actively on scene?
Yes.
You're actively investigating?
Yes.
And each of the members, the 3 officers that are there, have different roles they're doing on scene?
Yes.
All right. Then there's a second phone call to Flores?
Yes.
All right. And you called Night CID and then you called Flores?
Yes.
And I'm going to read it one more time, so it's crystal clear. You're saying to Flores, my misdemeanor is now a felony. I spoke with Night CID. I would like to try to make an apprehension by going through the window.
That was your words to Sergeant Flores.
Yes.
And his words were, okay, keep me posted.
Yes.
And it's your testimony here today to these members of the jury, right, that it was your idea.
Yes.
And that's been your testimony all along.
Yes.
Okay. And these gentlemen at this table do not like hearing that, do they?
No.
Is it fair to say that the reaction Mr. Harris had with you when you testified to this jury here today is a similar reaction he's had to you in the past?
Since this incident happened, yes, 2 years.
All right. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a series of photos first. These are stills from your body camera, and ask you, do you recognize each of these, and do they fairly and accurately depict the scene on the night in question, okay? So let's go through them. Just take a look at Defense 54. Does that fairly and accurately depict the scene as it existed on the night in question?
Inside my patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Yes.
States 46. Defense 46. Does that fairly and accurately depict the scene as it existed on the night in question?
Yes, that appears to be me using my cell phone.
Defense 47, same question.
That's me trying to lift the screen.
Defense 48, same question.
I believe that's when I have my hand in the window. I'm not too sure.
Defense 49, and these are just yes or no. Defense 49, fairly and accurately depict the scene as it existed on the night in question.
Yes.
Defense 50, same question.
Yes.
Defense 51, same question.
Yes.
2 more. Defense 52, same question.
Yes.
And Defense 53, same question.
Yes.
All right, Judge, pending any objection from the state, we're going to move to admit these exhibits. I'm going to tender them to the state for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor. That defendants 46 through 53 are admitted.
I believe it's 54.
Through 46 through 54, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Now published to the jury now?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. All right. A little bit of clear there. Okay, so we're looking at Defense 46. Just to explain to the jury officer, what do we see in Defense 46?
That's going to be me inside my patrol vehicle utilizing my cell phone.
Okay. That's the cell phone that you said to Flores, my misdemeanor is now a felony. I spoke with Night CID. I would like to try to make an apprehension by going through the window, and he said, okay, keep me posted.
Yes.
Light off. Okay. Where's the light, Chris? Yeah. Well, we'll just power through. Okay, here we go. Defense 54, what are we looking at here?
Appears to be my patrol vehicle inside.
Okay, that object we see on the right side of the photo is a what?
That's my computer that's located in my patrol vehicle.
That's the MDT, right? The mobile data terminal.
Yes.
Okay. And when the IDR pops up, so the members of the jury know, when the IDR pops up, you guys are driving to a scene or you're at a scene, you can look at that mobile data terminal and it will show you the call and the details for the call. Yes?
Yes, current updates.
Okay. So when these 3 gentlemen are responding to that E-tone and they're driving to the scene, they can look on their MDT terminals and see those IDR notes.
Yes.
And so if Rojas doesn't put critical information in there, it's not going to show up on that MDT, is it?
No.
And if Ramos doesn't put his bad behavior in there, it's not going to show up on that MDT, is it?
No.
Thank you. All right, let's talk next about when you went to the window, okay? So I don't think we need to belabor it for the jury anymore, and E-tone's a big deal, right?
Yes.
An officer responds very quickly to an E-tone.
Yes.
All right. It's a serious thing.
Yes.
All right. Prior to the E-tone, here in Defense 47, I'm going to start talking about timestamps because time's going to matter here. We're at 1:40:47. And this is a view from your body cam into the apartment where Melissa Perez is, correct?
Correct.
All right. Pretty substantial gap between the frame of the window and the TV such that even your body camera has a good view of the interior of that room.
Yes.
All right. And we can see that Melissa Perez is across the room and on the other side of a couch.
Yes.
All right. And at 1:40:47, we see her in that position, correct? All right. Now I'm going to show you Defense 48. What's that timestamp in the upper right-hand corner?
It is 1:40:50.
Okay. And so that's how many seconds later? I'm going to give you a hint. It's 3. 3 seconds later, okay? 1, 2, 3. So we know that Melissa Perez from the other side of the room, on the other side of the couch, has now gotten all the way to the window in that very short amount of time, correct?
Yes.
So much so, it's my favorite picture by the way, that we see her blue jeans right here. That's how close she is, correct?
Yes.
But I want to explain something. Can you stand up for me? May I first witness, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Could you point on your uniform to the members of the jury where your body camera is mounted on your uniform? Okay. So I'm going to measure from where that would be to the top of your head. And that looks to be about 19 inches. Can we call it 19 inches?
19.
All right. So if your body camera is mounted on your chest, that's where the camera's mounted, that's the view, right? That's the viewpoint of what we see here in Defense 48. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So if my body camera, your body camera is on the edge of that windowsill, your head is 19 inches higher than that, isn't it?
Yes.
And at this time, your torso is angled forward, isn't it?
Yes.
So your head is 19 inches closer to the blue jeans that we saw appear on the other side of that TV, isn't it?
Yes.
And 1 second later, we see that hammer come through the window the first time, don't we?
Yes.
And had you not been warned and backed up from that hammer swing, what do you believe would have happened?
She would have hit me in the back of the head.
Did you have a reasonable belief of fear in that moment?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 50. Okay? Well, that's not very good. Well, that's really crummy, so I'm not going to do it like that. I'm going to hold it up Vanna White style.
And if you want, you can try to turn the light off. Sometimes that helps.
It did an auto zoom, Judge. I'm just going to do it. Okay. In Defense 50, what do we see come all the way out of the window here?
Hammer.
Okay. But the timestamp on the exhibit we have on the Elmo right now is 1:40:51, correct?
Correct.
That's the first strike that blasts that screen off the window.
Correct.
Can you read me the timestamp here on this second exhibit?
1:40:51.
So in the same second, she came through the window twice with rapid hammer strikes in the same 51 second, according to this body camera?
Yes.
Then I want to show you defense 51. Okay? At this point, now 1 second later, at 1:40:52, we see in the upper central of the picture, you have your weapon drawn, correct?
Correct.
What is Melissa Perez's reaction to you drawing a police-issued firearm and pointing it at her?
I believe her reply was, shoot me.
Okay. Well, I'll do you one better. 1 second after that, at 1:40:53, she changes her body language, doesn't she? There we go.
Yes.
She actually raises the hammer up again and squares off to you through that clear gap between the TV and the window jamb, doesn't she?
Yes.
All right. And then she does something really interesting after that. 2 seconds later, just a virtually crummy too. 2 seconds later, she moves her body behind the wall. She tactically seeks cover while still holding the hammer up in a threatening position. Is that what we see in this photo 2 seconds later, officer?
Yes.
And that tells you what about a suspect?
What do you mean by that?
Well, she's attacked you twice. You've drawn your weapon and told her to get back or I'll shoot you. And she immediately raises the hammer up and then takes a defensive position, concealing herself behind that piece of wall right there. As an officer in that situation, what's going through your mind?
That she's willing to use deadly force against me. And
she's tactical, right?
Trying to conceal herself, yes.
It's not wrestling with my 5-year-old, she's tactical.
Trying to conceal herself, yes. Trying.
I guess from a tactics standpoint, let me just finish my thought there. We see the, God, I'm really bothered by this glare. Okay, we see the TV there. As an officer, is it part of your training and experience that if you can't see a suspect's hands, that's problematic?
Yes.
Is it part of your training experience that if the suspect uses physical obstructions to conceal their hands or positions, that's problematic?
Yeah, because we don't know if they have a firearm behind there or not.
Okay. And then if you were evaluating your potential use of a taser in this instance, why is that TV problematic?
It wouldn't be effective because it has a widespread, so one will connect to the body and the other one probably will connect to either the wall or the TV.
And so if members of the jury, when they watch these videos 500 times like we have, they're going to see these little green and red laser dots on the back of that TV from different officers. And those come out of a taser or a firearm, correct?
The green dots are specifically for tasers.
Okay, so a green dot for a taser and a red dot for a...
Both taser. So it has where the prongs are going to be. So it has one that's I would say, so to speak, if you're up close, it has those prongs spread wide. If you're kind of a distance, they have it closer to have a longer distance connection.
Perfect. So every time the members of the jury see either of those colors appearing on the back of that TV, they would know that you've been trained that deploying that taser from that range with that obstruction is ineffective.
It's a possibility. It won't connect correctly.
Possibility. Okay, thank you. All right, I want to pivot now and talk a little bit about some of your training as a reasonable officer with the San Antonio Police Department, okay?
So my training began...
Well, hold on. I'm gonna hone into what we need to know.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Ben would be very interested in the whole training. I'm just gonna get to the point. Okay, as an SAPD officer, you go through a battery of use of force training, right?
In the academy, yes.
And you have in-service training, subsequent in-service trainings each year on different topics, which could also include use of force continuum.
Yes, with legislation updates on the law.
And one of the cornerstones of all those trainings is the reasonable officer standard under Graham v. Connor, isn't it?
They didn't specifically mention that case law term.
Okay, well, let me tell you what the training module is. The training module is the objectively reasonable standard of an officer at the time that they use force. Is that something that you've been trained on?
Yes.
Okay. And that the objectively reasonable officer at the time they use force considers the totality of the circumstances. That's why that phrase came up with it. The totality of the circumstances before they choose to use deadly force, correct?
Yes.
All right, but there's a few other factors in that training module that they have to consider as well. So the first one they have to consider is the severity of the crimes the suspect has committed, correct?
Correct.
All right. The second factor they consider is the suspect attempting to flee or actively resisting arrest? That's the second one, right?
Yes.
Okay. The third one is, does the suspect pose a threat to the officers or the public? Correct?
Correct.
And then the fourth prong is considering the totality of the circumstances.
Yes.
All right. So, can I go over the easels, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Go put it in my pocket. I got a new pen. Yeah. All right, officer. So yesterday we went through defendants 36, 37, 38, and 40. And these charts depict some of the criminal offenses. Can you see?
Not really.
Can you step down right here for me?
Just hold that microphone for my mic.
This one.
Just right here. Yeah, it's a bit of a long jam. All right, these defense demonstrative exhibits depict the criminal offenses we've been discussing in front of this jury, okay? And I apologize because they had check marks in them yesterday and a lot of them have your name, but we could go back through them real quick, okay? Criminal mischief, you're familiar with the elements of that offense? Yes. And on the night in question, June 23rd, 2023 in Bexar County, we know that it was Melissa Perez who intentionally or knowingly damaged property. It was an alarm panel, forgive my handwriting, by cutting with an instrument without the effective consent of, what was the guy you talked to?
I believe his last name was Uno.
Uno. We'll put Kenji Uno. And the amount was of a state jail felony amount, correct?
Correct.
All right. On or about June 23rd, 2023 in Bexar County, Melissa Perez intentionally prevented or obstructed an arrest of?
That would be the state jail criminal mischief.
All right, hold on. So, but it's the person, right? So the state jail criminal mischief was committed by?
Melissa Perez.
All right. Did she use a deadly weapon while resisting arrest?
The hammer, yes.
All right. To resist, you know what? I'm just going to do check marks so we don't have to rehash this. I don't keep these people till 6 o'clock. Let's do this. All right. If it's the 4 prongs of when a reasonable officer gets to use deadly force, okay? The first prong is severity of crimes, right? We agree on that. So if we're looking at all of these, forgive my lack of check marks, these are all felony offenses. Correct. Many of these are violent felony offenses.
Except for the criminal history, yes.
Okay, and these are violent felony offenses that involve a deadly weapon.
Yes.
And these are violent felony offenses that involve a deadly weapon that have specific danger to a police officer.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat. You get through.
That's right.
We move to the second prong, now that we know that the severity of the crimes is high. And the second prong is the suspect attempting to flee or actively resisting arrest? Do we have either of those factors in this case?
I would say actively resisting when she was swinging the hammer.
Right. And did she flee earlier in the evening?
Yes, when Rojas and Ramos made contact with her.
Okay. And then, based on violent offenses, based on all the behavior and things that you knew, did the suspect pose a danger to police officers or the public?
Yes.
All right. So then we move to the final factor, the totality of the circumstances, right?
Yes.
All right. So when you're in the academy, when you're an SAPD officer, you're trained that risk factors are cumulative, not exclusive. Do you understand that question?
No, can you rephrase that?
Risk factors are like Legos. As you get another one, it builds on top of the one before it. They're not all separate and scattered out on the floor. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And you're also taught that time is a critical asset once a situation becomes violent, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to ask you these questions as a reasonable SAPD officer, okay? In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if a suspect had intentionally cut the wires to a fire suppression system?
Yes.
Okay. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider numerous occupied multifamily dwellings in an apartment building?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the time of night where residents would be asleep and defenseless?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the risk to residents of an intentionally set structure fire?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the safety of a bedridden individual if an intentional fire was set?
Yes.
Same question if an accidental fire was set.
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if the suspect had fled from officers?
You're asking if it would be the same thing if she fled. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if a suspect showed signs of being impaired as a result of an intoxicating substance?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if the suspect showed signs of being impaired as a result of an intoxicating substance?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider, we're going to do a lot of these by the way, could you consider the suspect showing signs of being aggressive?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect showing signs of being violent?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect using their environment to conceal their position?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect using the environment to conceal their hands?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider an emergency tone coming out for an officer in trouble?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect arming themselves with a hammer during the incident?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider that a hammer can be adapted or used to cause serious bodily injury or death?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider that the suspect was using that hammer as an improvised weapon?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider that the suspect slashed at an officer at close range with that hammer?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect having committed a felony assault on a peace officer by throwing a heavy weighted object, a candle?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect's demonstrated success at throwing heavy weighted objects out an open window?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect having committed all those aggravated felonies?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect's potential for causing serious bodily injury or death by hitting another officer on scene with either the hammer or the candle?
Yes, but I didn't know about the second officer almost getting hit.
Okay. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the suspect's potential for serious bodily injury or death by striking a bedridden individual in the apartment?
Possibly yes.
Okay. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the safety of that individual if left alone with an armed, aggressive, possibly intoxicated subject?
I guess it really depends on the circumstances with the relationship.
So that's kind of the point of this, right? I'm asking you a hypothetical. If in the totality, if these were the facts, would you consider it? And so if those were the facts, would you consider it?
Yes.
Okay. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the number of attempts to de-escalate the situation that have been taken?
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider one officer using listening skills and verbal de-escalation techniques unsuccessfully?
Yes.
Like Travis Thompson, for example.
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider, in the totality of the circumstances, two officers, let's add Bug into the equation, using verbal de-escalation techniques unsuccessfully?
Yeah, I wasn't there to hear them.
Okay.
When he was talking to Melissa Perez.
So then my question becomes this. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if at no point during the encounter the suspect gave any hint that she was going to come into compliance?
Yes.
All right. And then in the totality of the circumstances, would you consider that during an attempt to make an arrest, the suspect rushed you with a claw hammer?
Yes.
And would you consider in the totality of the circumstances during that attempt, the suspect raised that hammer overhead in a striking position?
Yes.
And would you consider in the totality of the circumstances during an attempt to arrest the suspect, they also could be raising that hammer in a throwing position?
Possibly yes.
And in the totality of the circumstances, would you consider the distance the suspect was away from you when they went into that position?
Yes.
And in the totality of the circumstances, if the suspect ran into striking distance of you or your fellow officers with that hammer raised overhead, would you consider that?
Yes.
And in the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if you were trapped by a wall and a high rail to your back?
Yes.
And in the totality of the circumstances, you could not consider anything that was not known to you at that time, could you?
Yes.
And you agree with me, Officer Salinas, that officers have a right under the law to self-defense under 931 and 932 of the Penal Code, yes?
Yes.
And they also have a right to defense of a third under 933 of the Penal Code, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me that officers have a right to go home at the end of their shift, don't you?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You passed, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, it's 5:32. We're going to go ahead and break for the day. Tomorrow, we're going to start up at 9:30. Expect the same kind of schedule that we had today. Remember the instructions I gave you. They'll be in effect until the conclusion of the trial. Have a good evening, and we'll see you in the morning at 9:30.
All right for the jury?